So I don't know what that's all about.
So this is probably something that would obviously work in their favor. They wouldn't go hunting for something that's going to benefit him.
Yeah.
But, we keep talking about it. You know, they through this court action, they keep this revolving around in the news. And if they want to put it behind them, it's never going to happen if they keep it this.
I guess there's just so much money at stake.
It's got to be it. Have you seen the new Depp commercial for his cologne?
Thank you because I saw it yesterday. I
Oh
was
my
going to bring
God.
up Sauvage.
Yes,
the one where he's playing.
I thought it said sausage when I first saw it. I'm like, what? This is a cologne called sausage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sausage by Johnny Depp.
Very sausages.
Smell like a sausage.
So describe this commercial.
The desert. He looks all rock and roll. He's got his guitar. He's got a whammy bar. He's playing it. And there's a wolf that goes across in front of him, and he's got that swagger.
Really?
Sausage for men.
Sausage for men.
From the makers of Lynx.
We're looking. Nick has just pulled up the video.
Flapjacks.
These
pompous, right?
You know what? The fragrance and jewelry commercials are so odd. They really take this artistic license with it.
Yeah.
There's one right now, and I love Anya Taylor-Joy. She's just stunning and was really sweet when she was here. But it's for Tiffany, and she's walking. It's black and white. She's walking under like the Brooklyn Bridge or something like that, and these guys riding wheelies on bicycles are circling around her.
Does that make anybody buy a scent? Well, isn't it the way it smells when you go? The one that kills me is the one with Keira Knightley for Chanel.
Oh,
like what the hell's going on in this thing?
Is that the one when she ends up on a helicopter?
No, that's Natalie Portman.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The helicopter.
That's with a sausage for women.
A ladder hanging underneath sausage for chicks.
It's showing that it's a high-end product. You want to look like that. You want to be high-end. You buy here.
Yeah, I know. I understand. It's just. I don't know.
It's not our world.
They do these odd little vignettes and they don't really have a lot to do with the product. But anyhow, I get it, but it's kind of goofy.
Anya Taylor-Joy has become the glamour girl. Like at the Emmys and stuff. Did you see her? She had this backless gown on that went down very low.
They dress her to the T all the time. If you follow her on any social media, you'll see she's always wearing high-end
fashion.
Yeah.
I used to love. I still love Tiffany. I still have Tiffany jewelry, but I remember going in there one time and purchasing something that I already had. I was buying it as a gift for somebody, and it was not super expensive. It was attainable. I could afford it to buy this gift for somebody who had done something very nice for me over the years. And it was like tripled in price. And I was like, wow. Oh. And like, I didn't even ask. I was like, yep, I'm going to take the whatever it was called. Whatever
You'll probably be
bracelet.
leaving now.
Yeah. And no, she put it in the box. She wrapped it up. Like I had my credit card out and everything because I had remembered what I paid for it.
Yeah.
And I remember her saying the price and I was like, oh, I really hope she likes this.
Oh, my God.
What was that again?
Hey, remember this?
It's not a journey. Every journey ends, but we go on.
This is Brad Pitt.
Yeah.
The world turns and we turn with it. Plans disappear. Dreams take over.
This is a cologne
Yes.
he's talking about.
Yeah.
But wherever I go,
Yeah. There you are.
Well, don't you want to be like him? Don't you want
there
to buy
you
it?
are.
Bacon for men.
He did say that.
Bacon for men.
Bacon for men.
I was joking when I said wherever you go, there you are.
But wherever I go, there you are. My luck,
That makes no
my
sense.
fate,
My fate.
my fortune.
My stink. My
I
must.
Chanel number
shiver a lot.
Yeah.
5.
Smell like bacon.
All right. Well, anyway.
Well, now we have to run back because we parodied that with Ritz.
Yeah. Do you
crackers.
still have that?
Oh man,
It was.
What was the name of that band?
Not Crustables.
Crackerfuls.
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 Ritz
Yes,
Crackerfuls.
Ritz Crackerfuls. You would endorse them.
You did a video too, right, Case?
Yeah, in the hallway.
Ritz Crackerfuls. Outtakes. What the hell is outtakes? Here it is.
Yeah. Oh, where? Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
A second.
Look back over the past. Empires rise. Cultures expand. Nations grow. Empires crumble. Cultures fade. Nations collapse. But we go on. We rise. We expand. We grow. Ritz Crackerfuls. Never crumble.
Never crumble. You should have a shirt with that on it. All right. Well, anyhow, there you go. Johnny's got a new commercial.
Sausage for men.
And sausage for men. So
sausages.
they're still working on this thing. Okay, how about this? Nicolas Cage was filmed being kicked out of an L.A. or Las Vegas restaurant after getting into a drunken argument with staff.
Oh, no.
Exclusive footage
How come you don't have crackerfuls?
obtained by The Sun shows this guy's a mess.
The greatest cracker ever made.
Shows a 57-year-old actor being escorted out of Lowry's Prime Rib near the Las Vegas Strip last week. Eyewitnesses who originally mistook the Oscar winner for a homeless person.
Yeah, I can see why.
Told the outlet that Cage was drinking expensive whiskey and shots of tequila before becoming belligerent.
He's wearing like Jackie Bam Bam pants and has no shoes on.
An anonymous source added he was so drunk he could barely get his flip-flops on before being escorted out. He asked us if he wanted to come back to his place, but he was in a bad way, so we didn't think it was a good idea. One of the regulars ended up taking him home, they said. So, wow, getting that hammered by himself, that's not a good sign right there.
I love Nicolas Cage. His quirky roles. I just watched the movie. It's escaping me, but the Truffle Pig.
Oh, yeah.
It was really good.
Was it really good?
Really good.
Okay.
His performance is excellent.
Well, he had to go out and have a drink.
Just finished a great movie about a pig.
Yeah. All right. How about this? British actor Tom Felton. We were just talking about him. It was his birthday the other day.
Yeah.
For Draco Malfoy in Harry Potter. He was hospitalized in Wisconsin yesterday. He collapsed at the Ryder Cup golf tournament.
No, I was watching this. Has anything come in?
No. Nope.
Yeah, just an incident.
Felton went down at the 18th hole of the Whistling Straits course in Sheboygan while playing in a celebrity match. He was playing for the European celebrity team one day before the start of the tournament. Photos showed a dazed-looking Felton being helped to his feet and a distressed-looking Felton being transported on a golf cart. As of early this morning, no update on his medical condition.
The one encouraging thing is that they had a couple of pictures of him sort of sitting up and smiling. So
it was his birthday the day before.
Do you think he tore it up?
I think he went out, tore it up, had to get up early, play around the golf, and was just probably dehydrated and wiped out. So I assume they were walking the course, and therefore he was probably too much. It's a good 5-mile walk.
Where is this course again?
It's in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
It's stunning.
Is
amazing.
it? Have you been?
Oh, no. No, but it's something else. So we'll find out what the update is on him maybe later on today. We'll see. Linda Evangelista, the supermodel, shared on Wednesday that she is now, quote, permanently deformed after suffering a rare side effect from having fat cells removed in a procedure called cool sculpting. We've heard of that.
Cool sculpting is quite common. I
lipolysis.
I endorsed it for a little stretch, and it's an odd procedure, but what happened to her is really rare. But I feel terrible for her. I mean, everything that she's gone through has been really debilitating.
What is it? They're just like freezing
there
fat
are
cells?
basically two different approaches that they do, and one is burn the fat cells, and one is cool the fat cells. And yeah, basically it freezes them, kills them, and then they die off.
And your body expels them.
In theory.
Yeah.
But it's not invasive. You don't, right?
No.
It's just all done.
They put these like cold compresses on you, and I had them like on my love handles and on my gut, and it worked a little bit, but I was also coupling it with exercise and diet, so you never know quite exactly what's causing that. But for her, apparently it's been really awful.
Yeah, she went on to state that her adverse reaction to the procedure, which saw her fat cells increase instead of decrease, led to her becoming depressed and reclusive, as well as bringing an abrupt end to her career. She wrote, "Today, I took a big step towards righting a wrong that I have suffered and kept to myself for over 5 years. To my followers who have wondered why I have not been working while my peers' careers have been thriving, the reason is that I was brutally disfigured by Zeltique's cool sculpting procedure, which did the opposite of what it promised. It increased, not decreased, my fat cells.
How does that happen?
And left me permanently deformed even after undergoing 2 painful, unsuccessful corrective surgeries. I have been left, as the media has described, unrecognizable." Going on to share details of her condition, she added, "I have developed paradoxical adipose hyperplasia, or PAH, a risk of which I was not made aware of before I had my procedures. PAH has not only destroyed my livelihood, it has sent me into a cycle of deep depression, profound sadness, and the lowest depths of self-loathing. In the process, I've become a recluse. With this lawsuit," she said, "I'm moving forward to rid myself of my shame and going public with my story. I'm so tired of living this way. I would like to walk out of my door with my head held high despite not looking like myself any longer.
So I saw some pictures of her in the Daily Mail, Preston, at what she currently looks like. It obviously affects her. I don't think she looks horrible. She doesn't
look disfigured.
No,
she just looks
she
chubby.
doesn't. Yeah, that's
to
basically it. I agree 100%.
According to the Cool Sculpting website, the procedure is approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration for the treatment of visible fat bulges in the submental or under the chin and submandibular under the jawline areas, thigh, abdomen, and flank, along with bra fat, back fat, underneath the buttocks, also known as banana roll.
Banana roll sounds delicious.
Wait, what?
And upper arm.
Wait, what's the banana roll?
So under your butt, if there's a little under one of the buttocks.
It's a sub butt.
It's like
an auxiliary butt.
Like another roll?
Yeah.
It's a banana roll.
Oh, because if you
And they
have
call it a
like
banana roll.
But if you have like the butt,
I'll have 2 of those, please.
but if you have like the butt line there, like you want that.
Yeah, but there's another one. There's 2
ano-
lines.
That's the
okay.
butt roll.
Do a search if you wouldn't mind.
Butt roll.
Oh, Casey's going to show you.
No, I don't want to see your. I don't want to. He is so disgusting. I
I
literally.
think I just saw your balls, dude.
See the banana roll right there?
He has a banana jammed in
Can
his
I
ass.
take a picture?
Yeah. So, that's the banana roll.
All right. Yeah, I got it. I know.
got it?
I know what you're talking about now.
By the way, who's going to eat that banana today, Casey?
Well,
It's the peel.
Are you gonna eat? You are gonna.
By the
eat
way, that is the second time in as many days as I have seen Casey with a banana shoved between his butt cheeks. He did it to me yesterday. I was calling to make a doctor appointment, and and as I'm doing it, he's trying to break me while I'm doing a serious phone call, and I turn around, he's got a banana wedged between his butt cheeks. 2 days in a row. I got to give you a high five.
You are a special
Thank
human.
you. He is.
That is for sure.
One of my favorite people in the world. All right, so anyhow, moving on from banana roll. Here, Kathy, here's a picture of a banana roll.
You see it? That's the banana roll.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So it's on the leg.
Upper thigh, I guess.
Upper thigh.
Back thigh, yeah.
It's where your banana roll is.
Got it.
Anyhow, declaring a risk of, so this is according to the FDA site. It says declaring a risk of rare side effects. The site says that the non-invasive procedure may cause a visible enlargement in the treated area, which may develop 2 to 5 months after treatment and require surgical intervention or correction. According to a manuscript shared on the U.S. National Library of Medicine National Institutes of Health's website in 2014, paradoxical adipose hyperplasia is a rare delayed side effect following the treatment. So it happens 1 in every 20,000.
Oh, man.
And apparently it's higher in males. So she just had a rare side effect. And I think her contention is they didn't make her aware that there is a potential side effect to this. So,
well, that would be wrong.
I would guess if she signed anything.
Yes.
Here's the deal.
Yes.
They did.
Yes.
And listen, I sign stuff I don't read all the time.
All the time.
Who
And-
has? No one's reading those 90 pages you're
So
signing.
I'm guessing that's what happened.
Yeah,
The
but you
case
know
is
what?
going to
But
be
they-
if they can make the case that she wasn't aware of this. However, Preston and Kathy, any procedure, even the most minor thing, if you're going to the doctor, they make you sign in everything, and you have to be apprised of the potential risks. If they really did not, then she's
Well,
got
here's the thing. I'm sure she signed something, but when you go to places like this and do this cosmetic work, because you know me, like
Yeah.
I will ask, well, what are the side effects? And listen, to places that I've been to, they're like, it's so rare, and I'm like, okay, well, I want to know what it is.
Well, walk with me to my car because I'm leaving.
Well, what is it? You know what I mean? And things like this. I mean, if she didn't ask, I would see a place not saying, "Hey, there's a 1 in 2,000 chance that this might happen to you."
The real bitch of it is that this was something that she volunteered to do. It was elective,
Yeah,
She
procedure,
did not need it, but opted to do
And it's
it.
pretty non-invasive, so you think you're safe with
Yeah,
it.
I'm going to be fine.
Yep. So her Instagram post prompted a number of prominent figures in the fashion world to show their support, including Marc Jacobs and Cindy Crawford and Naomi Campbell and Christy Turlington and all that. So we'll see if the lawsuit goes anywhere. Kim Kardashian's brand Skims has been accused of ripping off a photo shoot involving former Basketball Wives star Drea Michelle and model Tanaya Henry.
Oh, I hate when they
Tanea.
rip off basketball stars' photo shoots.
Kristen Noel Crawley was the first to point out the similarities between the images of the recent Skims shoot featuring Kourtney Kardashian and Megan Fox feeding each other cherries while wearing lingerie and the original. Crawley posted the images of Michelle and Henry feeding each other in their underwear on a now expired Instagram story with the caption, "Black women are always the blueprint and don't you forget it."
Uh-huh.
Okay. We'll see how far they get with their claim.
This has got Supreme Court written all over it.
I think you're right, yes. Kardashian versus basketball wives. Mm-hmm. All right, how about this? Mike the Situation Sorrentino called the police when his brother showed up at his New Jersey home Tuesday evening with some gifts for his nephew.
Apparently they're estranged, right?
Yeah, the Jersey Shore Stars rep said that Frank Maximo Sorrentino excessively rang multiple doorbells, peered inside through the glass, and hung around the house for a while. Can you put the reverb on when you do that? I love it when you do that. Nobody's home. Come on!
That does get annoying. And
oh, my God,
There's a picture of Maximo. He's got the fake tan, and he's got the rubbery Don Martin face that the Situation has.
It looks like his brother.
Yeah.
He
looks. These are people that walk around looking like their own mall caricatures.
Who's better looking? We're looking at side by side.
Well, minus the tan, I'd say the brother might be a little better.
Yeah. Or at least more proportionate.
Yeah. Anyhow,
they both just look like douchebags.
Yes.
Like, that's not attractive at all.
Yeah. Do you remember there was in the early days of social media?
I know what you're going to say.
Those guys, those pictures circulating of the guys with the fake tans and the spiked up hair. And I forgot what the term was.
The douchebags of
it was,
Jersey or something?
And the whole thing was, doing Jaeger bombs and all that stuff.
It's actually sort of what preceded Jersey Shore. Like the popularity of that thing, people couldn't stop staring at it. And they're like, oh, my God. And there was a story there, even though they were obnoxious douchebags.
Do you guys remember there was one, actually, that even slightly preceded that? It was two guys with sort of like, and they were tan douchebags, but they had sort of like Milli Vanilli type hair. And they had the head bands and the whole thing. I mean, they were just complete idiots.
Yeah.
They're the first guys I remember getting traction for their douchebaggery.
So anyhow, and his brother, Maximo, left, and he hung all the gifts on the doorknob.
He's trying, I guess Maximo probably hasn't generated the capital that the Situation has.
So police showed up in less than a minute and told Maximo he was not allowed to return unless he was invited. The reality star.
Was he a vampire?
Reality star's brother claims that he was just dropping off a Puma BMW tracksuit for Mike.
He's got to invite me, and I can't just come in.
And his newborn son, Romeo. The outlet reported that Mike previously filed harassment claims against Maximo for his erratic behavior. So, they don't get along at all.
Yeah, sorry.
Let's see. Daniel Craig has been made an honorary commander in the British Royal Navy.
How about that?
Premiere of his 5th James Bond film, No Time to Die. Yeah.
They presented him with his ship yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Actually more than I thought was involved, but I'm honored.
The actor's new rank is the same as that 007 holds in the films. Craig said in a statement, "I am truly privileged and honored to be appointed the rank of honorary commander in the senior service."
That is cool.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
And he's been a great Bond.
He's been outstanding as Bond. I've totally loved him. Deborah Messing took to Twitter yesterday to slam Saturday Night Live for selecting Kim Kardashian as one of the hosts of season 47. The Will and Grace alum said, who, by the way, has never hosted SNL, said, "Why Kim Kardashian?" She said, "I mean, I know she's a cultural icon, but SNL has hosts generally who are performers who are there to promote a film, a TV show, or an album launch. Am I missing something?"
You have to wonder why Deborah Messing's sticking her nose into this,
Yeah, you're missing a lot of things. I mean, they have
she's pretty vocal about stuff.
Yeah.
But they have all kinds of people.
Yeah, I mean, they
had Elon Musk.
Elon Musk and Charles Barkley and the Manning brothers.
They had John McCain.
And you know what? People who don't normally watch Saturday Night Live are going to watch because she's on.
And I think, honestly, if you stop and think about it, John McCain was sort of the Kim Kardashian of his time.
I am certainly no fan of Kim Kardashian, but I understand certainly why they would have her as a host.
Stunt casting.
Totally.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hey, this is fun. Chris Pratt and Charlie Day will voice Mario and Luigi in the forthcoming animated Super Mario Brothers movie. Yep. So that's, I think it's great. Charlie's getting to work with Chris. And,
I think that's awesome.
Illumination and Nintendo announced the voiceover cast yesterday. Deadline reports that Anya Taylor-Joy will play Princess Peach.
Perfect.
The rest of the cast includes Jack Black as Bowser, which
Great.
is perfect too. Keegan-Michael Key as Toad. Seth Rogen as as Donkey Kong. Fred Armisen as Cranky Kong, Kevin Michael Richardson as Kamek, and Sebastian Maniscalco as Spike.
How much Donkey Kong did you play when it came out?
Oh God, that was my game.
That was a precision.
Yep.
I'm gonna beat this mother.
Of the games that were out at that time, Donkey Kong was my absolute favorite.
Yeah.
And I wasn't great at it. I was pretty good at it, but I saw people that were amazing at it. It was a hard game to play, but that was my favorite.
There was a lot of pushback on social media yesterday, campaigning for Danny DeVito to also be in this movie.
Yes.
Because they wanted him to either be Yoshi or Mario instead of Chris Pratt.
Right.
So, you know what I found out yesterday, speaking of those games, is that the person who created Pitfall went to Plymouth White Marsh High School.
No
Did you
way.
guys? Yeah. So I went to Spot Burger yesterday. I got to give a shout out again to Josh Kim because he's the owner and he's always giving back to the community. But that's where he went to high school, and he was telling me that the creator of Pitfall
What a small
went
world.
to PW. Yeah.
Well, I'd be interested in speaking to someone like that.
Okay.
If they're still in the area or reachable, that'd be kind of cool, don't you think?
Oh,
Pitfall's
absolutely.
a great game.
It is a great game.
Yeah. All right, so how about this? Netflix announced yesterday that there is more Tiger King to come. The company teased, quote, more madness and mayhem for the Tiger King Season 2, but did not share specifics about which cast members will be returning when the series streams later this year.
I'm hearing that Joe Exotic is playing one of the kids in Stranger Things.
Oh, my God. Talk about stunt casting. One popular personality.
It's David Gorgon.
From the original, who will definitely not be returning, is Carol Baskin. In a statement published by The Hollywood Reporter, Baskin wrote, I am refusing to be played again, and added that she told Tiger King director Rebecca Chaiklin to, quote, lose her number. So she wants nothing to do with that. And I can understand why if she felt that she was misrepresented, but
I'm definitely going to watch it. I wonder if it can pause. There were so many things that went into making it such riveting television when it came out, not the least of which was that it came out at the beginning of the quarantine.
Yeah.
So it gave a nice diversion. But, hey, if they pull it off, great.
hey, cool cats and kittens.
Yeah.
This is sad news. Notting Hill director Roger Mitchell passed away on Wednesday. He was 65 years old.
Always like that movie.
I still, it's one of mine, go-tos. If it's on, I'll wherever it is, I'll sit down and watch it. Julie Roberts told E! News that Mitchell was, quote, such a kind and gentle man. He always had a sweet grin on his face and a perfect piece of direction to share. I feel so fortunate to have had such a fantastic opportunity to work with him. I don't know why or how he passed away. And then one more thing. Muppets Haunted Mansion will premiere on Disney Plus Friday, October 8th. The trailer dropped yesterday and shows Gonzo and Pepe the Prawn attempting to spend one night in the spooky house. We know the voice of Pepe the Prawn.
Is that Mr. Beretta?
It is.
That's cool.
Yeah. The human stars will include Will Arnett as the ghost host, Yvette Nicole Brown as the hearse driver, Darren Criss as the caretaker, and Taraji P. Henson as the bride.
And Danny Trejo's in it as well.
Oh, excellent.
I love this stuff.
Ed Asner, one of his last roles. That's cool.
John Stamos, Craig Robinson, Alfonso Ribeiro, Pat Sajak.
Wow.
What's it
All right.
called?
It's called the Muppets Haunted Mansion. So that comes out on Friday the 8th. So
Muppets are owned by Disney, yeah?
I guess they must be.
Yeah,
Right? Disney
yeah.
Plus.
I mean, they even at Disney World they have a Muppets the theater. If,
Yes.
Yeah,
you
I
recall.
didn't go to that.
I did.
Was it good?
They put on
I-
Death of a Salesman, right?
No, but I love the Muppets. So and it's air conditioned, so you can
And
take a
it's-
break.
Yes, those attractions are great for that when it's oppressively hot.
Was it nice?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because they have the two grumpy old guys in the balcony.
Oh,
and,
that's great.
and it is interactive, like so you get like wind and water blown at you and stuff.
So both Disney and Universal have similar theaters that do that. And I'm like, the jury's still out on that because what they tend to do is they have the AC up in those theaters. So when you get sprayed with the water, you're sitting there freezing, because it's just not conducive to a good theater experience.
Preston, look who the director is.
Where?
Kirk Thatcher.
My God.
We know him, too.
We do know him.
Why are they not talking to us? Why aren't we in this?
We might have to talk to Kirk at some point. I'd spend time with him at Michael Giacchino's house in L.A. Privilege. And he's a super nice guy. And we've had him on the show before, so that's great.
A lot of
what I was
connections.
looking at was the voice of Kermit, Matt Vogel. That's not the Vogel from Philly.
Mike
is it?
Vogel.
Mike Vogel.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I got you. But Bill Beretta, we know.
Yes, Gene Beretta's brother.
And he is Pepe the Prawn, which is cool. So, all right, movies are opening this weekend, so I think we need to explore the titles that we have here.
I can't help it.
All right, so we have opening today Dear Evan Hansen, a musical drama starring Ben Platt, Amy Adams, and Julianne Moore. The breathtaking, generation-defining Broadway phenomenon becomes a soaring cinematic event as Tony, Grammy, and Emmy Award winner Ben Platt reprises his role as an anxious, isolated high schooler aching for understanding and belonging amid the chaos and cruelty of the social media age. 2 hours and 17 minutes long, and it's rated PG-13. Wide release in theaters. It's got a low score. Rotten Tomatoes gives it a 35%. I know you were saying yesterday, Casey, you heard it wasn't that great.
Yeah, Case. I'm a lot of what you said yesterday has been echoed by a lot of the critics who are fans of the stage production and can't understand how they botched this.
Yeah, I mean, the source material is really good, and maybe, listen, you love the Jersey Boys movie, right?
Yeah.
I didn't care for it.
Right.
I saw it on stage.
Right.
I loved it. It's one of my favorite shows I've ever seen. So, maybe it's the same thing. So
Well,
maybe for people who have never seen the stage production, this will speak to them better.
I've heard the movie described as reckless. That it takes some serious topics.
Oh, no.
And so Platt's father is one of the producers. And the word reckless came up a number of times.
What is this here, Nick?
So the movie, I'm sorry, the play, the musical has Philadelphia roots, and it was written by a guy named Benji Pasek. Casey, I don't know if you know him, Ben or Benj Pasek, and he went to Friends Central. And Casey, you were describing the plot of Evan Hansen yesterday, and apparently the incident that sort of sends him down that path is similar to an incident that happened when Pasek was at Friends Central High School.
Wow, so it's sort of predicated on something
high school
experienced, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. And by the way, so Ben Platt, I did not know, he's one award away from an EGOT.
He is.
If he gets an Oscar, and I'm sure he'll work on that, he'll be, I didn't know he won a Tony, Grammy, and Emmy. Wow, it's amazing. All right, also opening this weekend is The Guilty. It's a mystery/thriller, which stars Jake Gyllenhaal, Ethan Hawke, and Riley Keough. And the film takes place over the course of a single morning in a 911 dispatch call center. Call operator Joe Baylor tries to save a caller in grave danger, but he soon discovers that nothing is as it seems, and facing the truth is the only way out. Hour and 31 minutes long. It's rated R. It is in theaters and streaming today. It's got a score 73% at Rotten Tomatoes.
Hey, getting back to that EGOT, Preston, it is, I think, super attainable with this movie, not for acting, but for soundtrack, for a song, adapted song, or something along those lines.
He wouldn't win directly,
Yeah.
So you just can't be associated with an Oscar. You have to win the Oscar for your performance.
Yeah. So, I mean,
Did he write the songs?
Well, but he sings them, so don't you...
They don't give the Oscar to the...
Not
to
for
the,
performer.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, the Oscar for Best Original Song or something like that goes to the people who composed it.
He would have to win an Oscar for his performance in the movie.
Oh, damn.
All right, and then last movie opening is The Starling, and it stars Melissa McCarthy, Chris O'Dowd, and Kevin Kline. It's a drama. The plot is a woman adjusting to life after loss contends with a feisty bird that's taken over her garden and a husband who's struggling to find a way forward. It is an hour and 44 minutes, rated PG-13. It is streaming on Netflix. Clocks in at a big 22% on Rotten Tomatoes, unfortunately.
It seems weird when they mention the cast out, from the get-go. I'm thinking, you got some of the funniest comedic actors in this movie, and this is a drama?
Yeah, I guess they're trying to stretch their acting muscles a little bit. And
You had me at Feisty Bird, Preston.
Feisty Bird. All right, we're ready for clips. Two dancers compete for a contract to join the highly coveted Opera National de Paris in the film Birds of Paradise. And here, director Sarah Adina Smith talks about how competition and success led her here.
In my younger days, like when I was the age of these characters, I was a little bit more competitive and like always sort of comparing myself to others. And now I'm in a place where I truly, genuinely feel really happy when others succeed, when especially when they're worthy, and I respect the work of others.
Thing sucks.
Birds of Paradise is available on Prime Video today. Here is the next clip for you. After 30 years in the business, Jake Gyllenhaal is able to pick and choose his projects and focus on the ones that he is passionate about. And here the actor talks about what drew him to The Guilty.
For me, a lot of my choices have become about who is obviously directing the film, but also the relationships I have with them. Because someone like Antoine, we've been through all the tough stuff. Why throw that away on one thing? You know, that's a relationship. To me, I really have started to say I'm going to move towards those relationships.
I don't give a
The Guilty is in theaters today, as we said earlier. That's it. That's all I got in the world of
That's enough
this morning. So we're done there. We have a lot on today's program, folks. We're right on the cusp of the MMRBQ. We give away our front row package, VIP package day with the Word of the Week prize. We're excited about that. We're also giving away money. We have 2 chances to win $500 with MMR's Money Clips, and that continues on through the course of the day. We have some guests joining us, comedian Joe List, who's going to be at Healing Comedy Club. And yes, from our sister station, the unbelievable Andre Gardner is stopping by because Breakfast with the Beatles will be celebrating its 1,000th broadcast on Sunday. No repeats that Andre has been doing this.
1,000?
1,000 of them.
No repeats.
That's amazing.
That is a milestone.
And Ringo Starr is going to call him this week.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. And we love Andre. So he's going to be stopping by later on in the program. We are going to take a break. We will be back in just a moment. Make sure that you do stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
YouGov polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl and revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
All right.
Okay.
All right, so pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go,
and then pizza.
Yeah, no, really? I would go pizza less. I would probably, normally, I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip, too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Mm-hmm. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
Wow.
There you go. Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now, okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of. I count that as chips and dip.
Okay.
I mean, it's not technically dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah.
It's the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Yeah, very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast. So it's good.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. You know, so
Stays darker later?
I mean, stays lighter Later.
Longer, yeah.
It stays
I gotcha.
later, darker.
Oh my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday too. It was it was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It
gets-
stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark.
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd Nelson's playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here. Yeah. And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
yeah, I had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink
You
it.
don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's remarkable, though. Like, little things can set your day in the right direction
my
or in
God.
the completely wrong direction. And that one set... I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever, but like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. So you've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur. Like,
Okay.
we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
Yeah, there's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, "Hold on, that means Darth Vader's my grandfather."
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget like actors really know what they're talking about. Like, he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, "Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be."
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, "What's up?" And just say, "Just get on the plane." And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that, and then just cut me off. We did one take, and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary, and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor, or did we just get lucky? Like,
yeah. Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is that the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly, people never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity, once it's done, when people ask about it, you can just say, watch the movie. Because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't this isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow-up to it, Bert?
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy, Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He was like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine. And it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so
Go ahead.
based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guy.
And you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos.
Yeah.
I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad? And then and then I went on the news and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh, and we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab.
All right. And so do me a favor, all right? Somebody contact Christine Jones and tell her that I'm doing her shout out, because it says here she wanted it at a very specific time. I'm not going to be able to do it at a specific time.
He can't do that.
What are you trying to do to me,
can't.
people?
You're tearing me apart.
So Christine says, hey, Presbo, sorry to bother you at work. Can you give a big wet shout out to my stepson, Massimo, or is it Massimo?
No, Massimo.
Massimo, thank you. Between 7:30 and 7:50. I can't do that. We'll be in the middle of a discussion at that point.
You're killing me.
Oh,
It's super close. It is super close
it's
to
close.
7:30.
She says, we listen every morning on the way to school, and I love sharing my favorite things with him, and of course, love him. Thanks, guys. Keep being amazing. And that is from Christine Jones. So, Christine, I did the best I could. What do you want from me, woman?
You're killing me. No,
We
you're
love
better than that. Someone let her know.
We love you.
Play it
So-
back for his son.
Yeah.
You're killing this man.
Yes.
That's right. It stinks.
Stinks.
All right, and then one last one that says, "Hi, Grandmom. Friday, September 24th is my husband's 42nd birthday. His name is James Baker."
Oh, from the
PTL club or whatever it was. Or
Tell him to knock it off.
Stop selling that survivalist food.
And he is literally my other half and my best friend. We live together and work together, running a kitchen outside of Pittsburgh.
That's
And
very nice.
We still can't get enough of each other. Every day is a blessing listening to your podcast on our porch. And we love you guys so much. He would freak out if you could shart out for him. Thank you all so much for putting on the best radio show ever. And rock on. Love always. That's from Stephanie Baker. So here you go.
I love that notion of sitting on the porch. It's just very old school.
Yeah, very much so. All right, so today is September 24th, and today is actually a pretty big day in the world of music. It was 30 years ago today that Nevermind from Nirvana was officially released.
Wow.
Think about that. 30 years ago. First of all, oh my God.
I have a tangible memory
Yeah.
of this happening. We were at WDRE in New York. This was before DRE here. And the program director came down the hallway, and we, our it was alternative music, alternative rock. And he came down. He's holding the Nirvana album, and he says, "This is going to be a shift here. This is going to be a shift." And started running with it. And everyone, I remember when it played all on the air, everyone was looking at the speakers like,
Yeah.
This is different.
So this is the one that kicked the door in.
Yep.
This is absolutely the one that opened up the floodgates for grunge, the Seattle sound. Grunge had already been starting to bubble and surface. And I mean, had 10 already been released? Did Pearl Jam already?
I think 10 actually came out first, yeah.
I think so.
Nirvana had another record before this.
They did.
And obviously this one was what catapulted them into the stratosphere. But I remember, like, Mother Love Bone existed.
Yes.
And there was definitely a Seattle sound.
I remember hearing the word grunge well before Nevermind came out.
Right.
Yeah, a friend of mine, a guy named Joe, God rest his soul, he died, but he had told me, he's like, man, have you heard this thing called grunge? And I just thought the name was funny. And so he tried to describe to me what it was. He was kind of like garage rock, this and that. And then it wasn't until this album came out that just the floodgates opened and here it all came.
Do you know what's funny is that I don't like Nirvana's not my favorite, and Nirvana, I to have them be at the point at which all the shifting took place, and you all these other bands were suddenly like, oh, let's check out these bands as well. I'm not as big a Nirvana fan as I am of the other bands, but so it's just like you say, okay, the Beatles were a flashpoint for rock and the British invasion, but for me, Nirvana isn't a favorite, but I completely appreciate what happened when the album came out.
Yeah, this one, I admit it. I didn't get it at first. I really didn't. And but Pearl Jam, I did.
Yes.
To me, Pearl Jam was way more palatable.
Yeah.
And
they're more of a classic rock band. I mean, you'd heard the sounds of Pearl Jam before. You can hear it in Zeppelin. You can hear it in Bruce, certainly The Who. Nirvana was a different sound. And I think that's part of the reason why people sort of a little bit more in the arty spectrum tended to skew towards Nirvana. I remember when I got hired by Jim McGuinn at Y100, I sat down with him and he was asking me what my interests were. And I was like, well, listen, I'm a huge Pearl Jam fan. He's like, huh. I'm a Nirvana fan. And I was like, yeah. But Jim
Beatles and Stones.
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah.
Jim pointed that out to me as well. He's like, it's either you were a Nirvana fan or a Pearl Jam fan, but they both raised, the level of music coming out and certainly reinvented rock for that time. I mean, it really made rock a palatable and marketable and sellable genre once again.
The album had a lot of great songs on it, but it was Smells Like Teen Spirit that opened up the door to the mainstream
And a song
of a new sound.
You were mentioning that they were kind of like, okay, this is another song on the album.
That's what Dave was saying.
Right.
I mentioned this yesterday.
Right.
Dave was saying, look, we were more focused on In Bloom,
Right.
and Breed, and a couple of other songs. And this was just another tune on the album. They didn't know. And sometimes that happens. The big hit, you don't realize you have it, that you've written it.
More often than not.
Yeah.
I actually have a demo on a play of it here in a second.
But I was going to say, even though I gravitated more towards Pearl Jam, I definitely, I couldn't escape Nirvana because my little brother was a huge fan. So my little brother was a drummer, and he really liked Dave Grohl, and so he played a lot of Nirvana. He would play it on his own drum kit. So I eventually started to understand it. What ruined the song "Smells Like Teen Spirit" for me was a video. I didn't like it. I still don't like it.
I think it's a great video.
To me, it's too moody.
But the band had that reputation.
I know.
Kurt Cobain was the introspective, moody, artsy type, as you were saying, Nick, and that was their whole vibe. As opposed to Case pointing out that I connected more to what Pearl Jam was doing than what Nirvana was doing.
What I loved about the video, though, were the cheerleaders that they had in it. I was like, okay, that's just, these kind of goth cheerleaders. I'm like, that's really cool. This is, they recorded this on a boombox.
Yeah.
When they were just demoing, just trying to, teach themselves the song. This is it.
And everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we spoken?
More believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston. and I really fell for it. And it was a funny story, a funny lie. And then I said, we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? And I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? And I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? And he goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
You're going to need protection.
Laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us, and we laughed probably for 10 minutes. Literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail, and Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston.
Wow.
And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Right. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there, can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Going to a Nirvana gig just before the album came out and felt that there was something going on with that band.
They played a show in Chicago at the Metro, and we got to the gig, and there was a massive line around the block, and there was this insane buzz in the air. And they walked on stage, and the crowd was screaming. It was like Beatlemania. I was kind of freaking out. There were people like crying and just freaking out in the audience, and that was the first time I realized that the record was going to take on a life of its own.
And then we have one from Chris Novoselic, the bass player, talking about why he thought everything took off so big.
Well, it was a phenomenon. I think a lot of it was timing, is what was going on in the music business, and a lot of that Sunset Strip hair bands were past their prime, and people were ready for something new. Nirvana always tried to be sincere.
Yeah, timing was key.
Well, and he brings up a point that the music effectively killed the guitar solo.
Yes.
I mean, that would used to be a common thing was gone.
Yeah. And at that time, like bands like Warrant and Firehouse that had these real pop sensibilities in metal were kind of... Even though Guns N' Roses was still a force at that time.
But they were imploding. Their problem was that there was all this infighting with Slash and mostly Axl just being kind of a douche.
Yeah, so it was time. A change was coming, and it was like a light switch.
Yeah.
Then we have a clip of Dave Grohl talking about Nirvana being heavy and not cheesy.
There was a lot of that crazy heavy element in Nirvana. You know, the one thing that Nirvana was against was just the bullshit.
And this is interesting. So biographer Charles Cross talked about the fact that Kurt Cobain had become kind of a fashion icon.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
And how ridiculous that was because he certainly wasn't trying to do that. So
Right. Yeah, I know, but I love that look, that cardigan that he would wear.
Yeah,
I love that.
It had a Salvation Army store, thrift shop.
Well, here's why. Here.
Kurt picked his clothes by sheer accident. They were really about his poverty. He had ripped up jeans. He wore flannel shirts. The most insane aspect of his legacy is that, even while Kurt was alive, fashion designers started selling fancy flannel shirts. So it's really ironic that this style he created by accident has had such a lasting impact.
It's just because it was all he could afford.
I remember that, and I remember people being called, and these companies were releasing, pre-tattered flannel shirts, and
the Pearl Jam song Corduroy is kind of about that.
Yeah.
Eddie would wear similar things. He'd go to thrift shops and buy a jacket for $7, and then he ended up seeing, believe it or not, Ricky Martin wearing that same jacket, but designed by some designer, and it retailed Steve for like $600. But yeah, same basic sentiment.
Yeah. So anyhow, it's a milestone, man. 30 years ago, that album came out, and whether you like it or not, or whether you feel maybe it's overrated in its praise, it did what it did, man. It ushered in a whole bunch of stuff. I remember going back and forth thinking Kurt Cobain was a flash in the pan and a bit overrated. But then I've gone back and I've analyzed and listened to the songs again and what they do to me while I'm listening to them, and I'm like, this is good stuff. This is really good stuff, and that's on a personal level.
I love that period of music. I love that time period, and every time I watch one of my favorite movies, Singles, to me it captures that whole right in that right in the.
Yeah. Whatever happened to Citizen Dick, by the way? Those guys should have been bigger.
We are Dick.
Yeah. But that was mid high school for me, and I mean, that was a great time.
It was exciting, right? Yeah, absolutely. With all of this nostalgia and all of this rock coursing through our veins, and us on the cusp of the MMRBQ, I think it's time. Do you have this ready?
I did. See, that's what I was asking.
All right.
I didn't know that we were doing it here, but I do.
Yeah, I asked you to have it ready for me.
Okay. I'm ready.
Take that banana out of your ass.
I already
Never
did. I ate
take
it.
that banana out, you guys. I think it's time for this.
It's time for Preston Elliott's rock trivia game that no one would play with him.
All right, so we got some stuff to give away.
And by the way, that's a true story. You bought a rock trivia game that no one would ever play with you, so you brought it in and we use it.
It sat at my house. My wife doesn't play Trivial Pursuit. And it was this rock, and I never got to play it. It sat there unopened for ages.
So this is based in reality.
And I'm like, when somebody gave it to me as a gift, I'm like, ooh, I can't wait to play this. Sat there for years. My wife doesn't know anything about rock music, or not much about rock music, and she doesn't like to play Trivial Pursuit, so I was screwed. So I brought it in, and we made it into Preston Elliott's rock trivia game that no one else wanted to play. And essentially, it's real easy. You just agree or disagree with the trivia answer. The answers I give to the trivia questions that Steve has come up for me because I want to play a game.
Right. It's 50-50, right?
215-263-WMMR. That is the number, and we have a load of interesting prizes to give away. We only have a few minutes to play, though, right, Case? Because we got the we have the money clip coming up and all our guests and all this stuff, but we'll squeeze in what we can here, or we can just keep going until 8 o'clock. I don't know. We'll see. So give us a call at 215-263-WMMR, and we've got everything from, I think we have Flyers tickets in there. We got beer. We have some movies.
We do. So the Many Saints of I want to say New York, but it's Newark. The Many Saints of Newark, we have a screening for that. That's coming up next week. We do have cases of Voodoo Juicy Haze IPA. Sorry.
Some Voodoo Juicy. It's a great drink if you're out on the concert scene.
Oh, my God.
Just when you're hanging on, friend.
And then we also have 4 packs of tickets for the Phillies game on Sunday. By the way,
Phillies game is a baseball team.
All right.
the Eagles are not playing on Sunday, so we get the afternoon open.
Yeah, that's right.
What's that?
The Eagles don't play until Monday, so you have the afternoon open.
So you have the afternoon open.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. I was talking and loading things into our sound system at the same time.
It's all good, man. All right, so we're going to go to Paul online. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, Paul. All right, Preston Elliott's Rock Trivia game. All you have to do is agree or disagree with me and my answer. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right, Steve.
All right, Preston. Dusty Springfield recommended Led Zeppelin to their eventual record label. What was Led Zeppelin's original record label?
Led Zeppelin's original record label. Wow, I can actually see the,
I know, so
the
can I.
album. And, it was Mercury Records.
All right, Mercury Records. Do you agree or disagree, Paul?
I'm going to disagree.
You are right! It's Atlantic Records.
Atlantic Records. Boy, I screwed the pooch on that, but Paul, you get a prize. Here, what we got for you?
You got a case of Voodoo Ranger Juicy Haze IPA. Whether you're enjoying the game, having dinner, or hosting your next big event, check out Blackjack's American Pub and Grill in Birdsboro and enjoy a cold New Belgian Voodoo draft.
All right, we will go next to Frank. Hey, Frank, good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, sir. All right, let's play Preston Elliott's Rock Trivia game. You ready?
All right, here's the question for you, Preston, and Frank, pay attention to his answer. How many drummers have played for the famous band AC/DC?
Ooh.
How many drummers?
3.
Yep.
What's that, Frank?
Yeah, I agree.
You agree. All right.
12.
What?
Yeah.
Dear God.
That's what your Rock Trivia game says, yeah.
Wow, okay. Sorry, Frank, you lose.
I also thought it was 3. So
Yeah. Chris Slade was one of them, and the other 2 guys I don't remember who I was thinking of. But
when I saw that number, I'm like, well, what? What is it? What are they, Spinal Tap?
I will defer to you, sir.
Preston Elliott's Rock Trivia Game.
All right, let's go to Tyler next. Hey, Tyler.
Hey, what's up? You guys rock.
Thank you, bud. All right, so we're playing the trivia game. Here we go.
All right, here we go, Tyler. On Dire Straits' hit Money for Nothing, who sang the opening lyrics, I Want My MTV?
Well, that was Sting, of course.
All right, Tyler, do you agree or disagree?
I'll agree with that.
That is correct! Fun fact, he also co-wrote the song.
Thank you for the softball, Steve. I appreciate that. And here's what we have for Tyler.
You got a case of Voodoo Ranger Juicy Haze IPA. Enjoy Belgium's Voodoo Ranger Juicy Haze IPA at Blackjack's American Pub and Grill in Birdsboro, the area's premier celebration destination. Have your next holiday party or special event at Blackjack's.
All right, next up is Mario. Mario, good morning.
Hey, make sure you get the one with you. Oh, God, I messed that up.
Oh my God.
Try it again.
Get some with some cheese on it, damn it.
That's my dad. Get one with some
The
cheese on
nachos.
it, God damn it. All right, let's play. Here we go, Steve.
All right, Spirit of the Radio by Rush, Little Wing by Jimi Hendrix, and U2's I Will Follow all make use of this xylophone-like instrument. What is that instrument?
I would have to say it's a glockenspiel.
Preston says glockenspiel, Mario. Do you agree or disagree?
Oh, man, part of me wants to agree with you because, Press, I trust you, but I kind of disagree. It sounds like a Belgian dish.
Should have gone with your first instinct. Preston was right.
Oh, man.
I was either going to say glockenspiel or bells. Sometimes they call it bells. But there you go. Sorry, man. All right, I got that one right. I'm just happy I got one right.
Yeah. You got a couple.
Let's play another one here.
Preston Elliott's Rock Trivia Game.
Up next is Brian. Hey, Brian.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good morning, bud. We're doing very well. You just have to agree or disagree to the answer of this question, which I hopefully have.
All right, here we go. What did Queen vocalist Freddie Mercury attribute his enhanced vocal range to, Preston?
Extra teeth. He had 4 extra teeth.
Brian, Preston says 4 extra teeth. Do you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Preston was right. 4 additional teeth.
Sorry about that, Brian. I was reading something not too long ago, some Freddie Mercury facts, and they touch on that in the movie.
Yeah.
But it was legit, and he didn't. He knew he had messed up teeth,
and never had them.
Did not want to tinker with them
for that very reason,
because his voice. Exactly. All right, we'll go next to John. Hey, John. All right, John, you're ready to play, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go.
All right, Preston, which Pink Floyd album became the first rock album to be played in space?
Oh, Dark Side of the Moon.
All right, John. Preston says Dark Side of the Moon. Do you agree or disagree?
I have to agree.
He is wrong.
Oh,
why would they do that?
That's what I would think, but it was the Delicate Sound of Thunder played in 1989 aboard the Mir space station.
Wow. Sorry, John. Thanks anyway, man. Wow, I would have thought that would have made perfect sense.
Yeah, that's almost criminal, right?
Softball there.
You have a space-sounding song.
Yeah. We'll go to Chuck next. Hey, Chuck.
Oh, you guys rock.
Thank you, bud. Playing the rock trivia game. Steve's got a question. Here we go.
All right, Preston, what was the name of the airplane that Buddy Holly died in?
The name of the air? Are you talking about like the
actual? It was
the
named.
model.
It actually had a name on it.
It was named Bisquick.
Bisquick is what Preston says. Chuck, do you agree or disagree? Knowing what a pancake fan Buddy Holly was.
I want to agree because that would sound cool, but I'm going to disagree. I don't think
Okay.
You know, I didn't even know this, but this is apparently a fun fact according to your rock trivia game that no one plays with you, Preston.
Yeah.
American Pie.
No way.
Yes.
Hence the Don McLean song.
Yeah.
Bye-bye, American Pie. All right, Chuck's a winner then.
Bye-bye.
It wasn't Biscuit. Could you imagine that song was titled Biscuit?
It'd be great. A long, long time ago, we all sat down to pancakes and we mourned the death of Buddy Holly.
It would have been. It had a completely different tone. Still sentimental.
No, and yes, but also a good commercial for Bisquick.
Yeah. All right, Case. What do we have for Chuck?
Sorry. You got a case of Voodoo Ranger Juicy Haze IPA. Whether you're enjoying the game, having dinner, or hosting your next big event, check out Blackjack's American Pub and Grill in Bursboro and enjoy a cold new Belgium Voodoo Draft.
All right, we will go next to Ryan. Hey, Ryan.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, Ryan, we're getting ready to play. Here we go.
All right.
Next question.
All right, Preston. Quick and to the point here, and we were just talking about them. How many studio albums did Nirvana release?
Studio albums. Okay, so I want to say it was 3. I think you had Bleach, you had Nirvana, you had In Utero, and that's there was an unplugged album, but I don't remember. I'm going to say 3.
Yeah, the question is studio albums. So Ryan, Preston says 3. Do you agree or disagree?
I'm going to disagree.
You should have gone with Preston. Yeah, 3 is right.
Got it. Sorry, Ryan. See you later, man. We will go next to Rocco. Hey there, Rocco.
Hey, Rocco.
Rock on, buddy. All right, rock trivia game. Steve.
All right, then no one will play with you.
Never.
What 90s alternative rock band, Preston, was famed for playing the bass guitar and the git bass?
The bass guitar and the git bass?
I assume that's their own
Say
name.
it one more time, please.
What 90s alternative rock band was famed for playing a bass guitar and a git bass?
You know what? I'm going to say the presidents of the United States of America.
Rocco, he says...
I'm going to disagree.
Okay.
You should have agreed.
Wow. I told you guys the guitar player, Chris, only had 3 strings on his
and
guitar.
that's what it was called.
And I did not know that, but just by deductive reasoning.
There you go, like Sherlock Holmes.
I got it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go next to Sean. Hey, Sean.
Hey, how you doing?
Awesome, Sean. All right, let's play the game.
All right, Preston, what 90s band again demanded someone to shove?
Soul Asylum.
Preston says Soul Asylum. Sean, do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
Good.
Nice.
Right.
Get it.
All right, what we got for him, Case?
Sean, we have a 4-pack of tickets for the Phillies Pirates game. It's on Sunday at 1:05. It's Fan Appreciation Day, and all fans get a 2022 schedule magnet. You can get tickets at Phillies.com.
By the way, that's a great song.
It is a great song, yeah.
It's one of my favorite from Soul Asylum. All right, we will go next to Pat. Hey, Pat, good morning.
Hey, you guys rock.
Thanks, dude. All right, so we're playing the game. Here we go.
All right, here we go. What REM song, Preston, released in 1981 got its name from anti-communist broadcasters for Eastern Europe?
Radio Free Europe.
Preston says Radio Free Europe. Pat, do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
Good. You're right.
How about that? All right, Case, what are we going to give him?
You got a 4-pack of tickets for the Phillies Pirates game on Sunday at 105. Fan Appreciation Day. All fans get a 2022 scheduled magnet. Tickets are available at Phillies.com.
One more?
One more.
Last one. All right. We will go to, I believe it is Jill that is going to play the game. All right.
How are you?
Good morning, Jill. You ready to play?
I'm ready.
All right. I'll do what I can. Here we go.
I'm going to try to hook you up with something that might be a little... All right. Preston, what legendary heavy metal band originally went by the name Earth, but then changed it to the name of a Boris Karloff movie?
They went by the name Earth, man. Oh, Black Sabbath.
Preston says Black Sabbath. Jill, do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
He's right!
Nice. All right, Jill, hang on. Here's what we got for you.
And you got a 4-pack of tickets for the Phillies Pirates game on Sunday at 105. Fan Appreciation Day. All fans get a 2022 scheduled magnet, and you can get tickets at Phillies.com.
All right, thank you guys. I love playing this game.
Yeah,
Steve, thank you for putting the questions together.
No problem.
Preston Elliott's rock trivia game that no one would play with him.
And on this 30th anniversary of Nevermind, nonetheless. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We got to we're going to get to the beat file. We got to give away some money with the money clip and a little information on the Camp Out for Hunger coming up too.
Yeah.
We'll be right back with that. Stay with us.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you, and you will fall in love with this dude the second he says the machine. That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl. I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in Bobby. He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah.
That guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you? Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He was like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife. We're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th? The 16th Chapel.
That's fantastic. We giggled so hard. We did a podcast with Stanhope.
That's great.
And all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years. Yeah. And I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, hey, you interested? And I was just like, I'll pass. What? And my daughter lost it. They're like, why? What are you doing? And I was like, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really... Not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went, I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like, it runs in the family.
Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him. And here he is square in the middle, and now he's he's having to sort of sheepishly say, "Okay, I kind of get it now," you know.
Oh yeah, wait. That's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter. I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got, because we wanted to play this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter. And he's like, no, I'm not doing it. No, I don't want to do it. He's like, you know, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, nah, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was going to shoot us. Yeah.
But still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine. Yeah. So how long will the shoot be taking place for the machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID. Yeah. I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Does she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing. Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go,
Coach. Take the loofah, honey.
Should be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, you know, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been on a career high.
Yeah.
You have been on fire. It started with your Netflix special, the Go Big show, the Cabin show. Every time you turn around, you got something out. Now you're in production on the machine. Have you had time to pause and process how things are going? In light of all that's not going right, you are the one shining beacon.
I had a great 2020. I don't know what everyone was
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard Medical School actually called you to give a talk on how to properly set a bone in somebody's arm based on what you did for Tom Segura.
Yeah, Tom blew out his knee and broke his arm. I had a great game that day. I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey references all the time and just starts cracking up at you going over.
Just because you didn't like the way his arm looked, you're like, you shouldn't your arm shouldn't be like that. Let me do that. And then you gave him a little tap, on the, hey, good job, buddy. Dude, sometimes I just think about it and I laugh. That was so funny.
Yeah, I did a tour. I did 4 tours. I did the vet. I had a fun 2020, man. Everyone's complaining about it.
It seems like 10 years ago that we were in the parking lot and you were doing the show. And but here we are. Yeah, but at least the general consensus and feeling is that we're moving out of this, which is good.
The last thing that we did as a show collectively with listeners involved Bert at the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a little more than a year ago at this point, but Bert was there for that, and then the crap at the fan, man.
Yeah.
Everything stopped.
And then the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. That's your team.
This has been a really great year, man. Things are looking up and up.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, it's exciting news, and this whole thing with Mark Hamill it's just the coolest. So
it's unbelievable.
We'll hope that filming goes well and everything runs its course, and hopefully we'll be talking to you soon, man. But we appreciate you checking in all the way from Serbia this morning.
Well, thank you, guys. I love you guys. I really do. Thank
Likewise.
You
excellent.
Yeah.
All right. We love you.
Later.
Bert Kreischer, guys. Thanks, man. Take care, bud.
That's awesome.
All right. So,
Jesus.
wow.
So cool.
He's living the life, dude.
Now,
he's living the life. And I hadn't thought about that until you pointed that out, Steve.
Yeah.
That the world has gone to hell and Bert Kreischer's is just on top of everything.
The pinnacle of his career.
Well, good for him. hard to take an instrument
that's been around for so long
and give it a new sound. And that's what I think our next guest has done. And he comes loaded with accolades and is well vetted.
Just a bit.
In the world of jazz music. And I know that us being a rock station, you may not be familiar with him, which is why we want to have him on this morning. Turn you on to something. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Antonio Sanchez. Is here this morning. How are you, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Nice to meet you. My pleasure. It's wild. I'm nervous talking to you because we have 2 drum kits set up in here. And by the way, it's their idea that you and I play together, and we've done it a few times. We've had some pretty big names in the world of drums here. I've played against or with Mike Portnoy.
I like that.
Mike Portnoy, Questlove have done it, and. But I'm
not
more intimidated in sitting down playing with you than either of those guys.
No, don't worry. I'll go really easy.
No, don't worry about it. I don't want to have a battle.
It's not a drum off. It's a jam.
You, like me, I remember it was actually the look of drums themselves that first got my interest. I was like, what is that stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it just
gorgeous.
seems, it seems so cool to me. Now it's a royal pain in the ass because you got to lug that crap around and put it together. As Antonio was getting set up, I'm like, one of the burdens of being a drummer is having to set up the drum kit. You have people that do that for you now, I would imagine.
On occasion.
On occasion. But yeah, so you learned from the world of rock. So you came up with that music, and then at some point, jazz had to have caught your ear.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, basically, I was into Copeland, Neil Peart, John Bonham.
We've talked about this, Preston, that there's this impenetrable jazz wall that people, they have a perception about it. And I love fusion jazz. I love Pat Metheny. I love, and I love John Coltrane. And I love, all the different, to talk about that improvisational thing. And people say, oh, it's too complex. I don't understand it. But I think in many ways, it taps into that the artist expressing themselves in a way that I think it can connect with you in a way that's maybe more profound than a lot of people think. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there seems to be this, a lot of people perceive it as, it's not my thing. But I think on a visceral level, you might find that it's a little bit more intense.
Well, the thing is, I hate when jazz is too brainy.
Yeah.
And when there's no really a story telling, when
93.3 WMMR.
Watch out.
93.3 WMMR. It's time for an MMR Money Clip. Now, here's your Money Clip keyword.
All right, and the keyword for you is love, L-O-V-E. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. There are 3 ways to do it. All right, you can enter the word love to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. But if you'd like to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, then enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. One random entry wins $500 in our company-wide contest, and that person will get a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it's sponsored by Horizon Services. Once again, the clip word is love, L-O-V-E. Good luck to you.
Now, WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. You can download the DraftKings app and use code ROCK to get in on the action. All right, this has to be our lead story today. Turns out that humans aren't the only ones who get down and dirty for sexual pleasure. A pair of frisky gorillas at the Bronx Zoo proved that when one was filmed performing oral sex on its partner in front of a bunch of zoo-goers. Oh, yeah. A clip of the not safe for work scene is currently blowing up on social media, but animal experts report that it's all completely normal. The resulting footage shows the giving simian servicing his partner while they're splayed out on the ground as onlookers guffaw and turn their children away.
You can hear people going, like, calling their kids names, like, Lucy, come here, over here, stop,
right.
Don't look, over here.
Yeah, you're right.
But the parents are not turning away, and people have their cell phones up.
Okay, so the one thing I couldn't figure out, was it male to female? Or
Yes.
okay.
Yes, it was a male one servicing the female.
Okay.
And oddly enough, that gorilla is named Elvis, and we know that Elvis usually didn't do that.
This isn't the first time gorillas have been observed going sextracurricular at the Bronx venue. 7 years ago, a Redditor posted a raunchy pic that depicted two of the facility's animals embraced in what is colloquially known as the 69 position in front of kids.
That is wild. It really kind of,
You guys remember the first time my mom told me about sex was at the zoo.
Yes.
Really?
Yes, because
Okay.
I think it was the Jaguars were
doing it?
Yeah, and they were very loud. It was extremely loud.
This is how we should do it.
Yeah, she used to say, "Come on, let's go to the zoo."
Apparently, great ape fellatio may seem unorthodox, but it's not. Oral sex is actually fairly common throughout the animal kingdom, with sightings of species ranging from cheetahs to bears and bats engaging in it.
That's amazing, especially since gorillas have large, sort of sharp canine teeth.
In fact, many species engage in sex for pleasure. Bonobos, also known as hippie apes, have infamously kinky sex lives.
That was great.
According to Dr. Stephen Pinkerton, a professor of psychiatry and behavioral medicine, he said, whereas the chimpanzee shows little variation in the sexual act, bonobos have as if they've read the Kama Sutra, performing every position and variety one can imagine.
Do they fashion sort of primitive strap-ons?
No, not that I know of. I don't think they do pegging or anything like that.
Let's
Bonobos
try docking.
are also the only species besides gorillas and humans to have been known to adopt the missionary position during sex as well.
You just don't think of them doing that, but we have proof now, and they do it at the zoo.
Yep, they
so
do
the
it.
Kathy's family can learn about sex.
All right, on to other things. An Idaho bow hunter who was looking for a shortcut instead found the remains of another hunter who had been missing for 53 years.
Holy hell.
Yeah.
So did he opt not to take that path?
Yeah, the Raymond Jones was 39 years old when he was last seen on September 7th, 1968.
Is Andy Griffith still on?
While bow hunting for mountain goats in central Idaho's Leamy County. Searches were unsuccessful, and Jones's remains went unfound until Friday when another bow hunter stumbled across them.
So it was a skeleton with a bow next to it.
I guess so.
Yeah.
The hunter called the sheriff's office to report the discovery. He was he was in the same area where Jones had disappeared half a century ago.
Geez, Nick, that could have been you at the bottom of the ravine.
Yeah, thank God.
Sheriff's deputies found part of Jones's wallet with his identification still inside.
That's amazing. For all that time, no one had traipsed through that area.
Yeah, Jones's family members are still alive and have been contacted. An Associated Press story from September 15th, 1968.
This poor man never knew that gorillas give oral.
So the press story from 1968 detailed Jones's disappearance and the subsequent search. There were some other hunters in camp, but he was by himself when he disappeared. A search was launched the day after Jones vanished, including more than 70 people in aircraft support. Efforts were temporarily called off because of severe snowy weather, but later resumed after footprints were discovered on a nearby ridge. Still, the search was ultimately unsuccessful, leaving his body uncovered until now.
That's amazing.
So
it's
pretty well,
amazing.
53 years later. The pilot of a June hot air balloon crash in New Mexico that killed him and 4 other passengers had marijuana and cocaine in his system.
That's
at the time of the crash.
That's usually how you prep for those flights, right?
According to a report from the FAA.
And they probably shouldn't be doing that.
The pilot, Nicholas Molesky, and 4 others aboard the hot air balloon died after it struck a power line, caught fire, and crashed onto a busy street in June
It was horrible.
this year. The incident caused widespread power outage for more than 13,000 homes in the area. 2-page forensics toxicology report shows that he had marijuana and cocaine in his system at the time of the death. The hot air balloon crash was the deadliest in New Mexico's history. And by the way, Albuquerque is a center for hot air ballooning in the United States and hosts a 9-day event every October that draws crowds of hundreds of thousands from around the world.
I've gone up in a few hot air balloons, and it's something I never considered, What was the pilot up to prior to the flight?
Witnesses said the hot air balloon's envelope, the part of the aircraft that appears to be the balloon, separated from the basket after it hit the power lines, and the envelope floated away and was found miles from the site of the crash. It was a real tragedy. Let's see. Suzanne Maricano, who is 74, was walking her dog Nalu near a lake in Boca Raton last month when she took the animal off its leash so that it could play in the water. She soon spotted a shadow in the lake, which turned out to be an alligator. She says the gator, about 6 feet long, attacked Nalu in the water, gripping the dog in its jaws. Americano said that she fought back and came
Not
down
on my watch.
Came down on the alligator with my weight, she said. She suffered a puncture wound in the middle of her palm during the tussle and received 5 stitches. Nalu suffered puncture wounds on the stomach and thigh and went into surgery for 2 hours at an animal emergency clinic, but she saved the dog's life.
That's amazing.
Yeah. An irate McDonald's customer with a sugar rush stabbed a fellow fast food diner at a Manhattan eatery after a tiff over the amount of sweetener in the assailant's morning coffee.
I'm not loving it.
The 57-year-old victim was eating when the suspect complained to a security guard that his coffee was too sweet. When the diner came to the defense of the security guard, a brawl erupted between the two customers and spilled out onto the street outside, where the suspect pulled a blade and stabbed the victim in the chest.
At that point, he assessed the only way to civilly resolve this was with a murder.
EMS took the victim to an area hospital where he was treated for a minor injury. The suspected stabber, described as a bearded man with glasses carrying several tote bags, ran off and was still being sought. Police revealed surveillance images of the man in hopes that someone will recognize him.
That's the kind of person that just was ready to go. They were ready to go.
They needed a
coffee
reason.
set him off.
And that is what we have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we're welcoming a guest to the show real quick. We're going to talk about the Camp Out for Hunger. Which,
yes.
My God, is going to be here in just over a month. It's incredible.
That is, yes. I mean, we had to do some scheduling, shifting around to accommodate everything, but it's still, and we've known about it for a while, but it still blows my mind.
So again, we are offering up our Camp Out Business Challenge, which is the largest donation from a business.
Yeah.
Will receive a live broadcast from the Preston and Steve Show. The second largest gets a live broadcast from Pierre Robert at your place of business. And third largest gets a $20,000 advertising schedule for Q1 of 2022 on MMR. And we've got this partnership together. Of course, you know, Subaru of America has won it the last several years.
Yes.
But they also want to show people their
Methodology.
method of being able to raise the amount of food that they do. And so our buddy had come up with a really cool idea to share that information, and we've got him on the line right now. You've heard him on the air many times with us. This is Matt Ritter from Subaru of America. Yo, Matt.
Good morning, everybody. How we doing, gang?
Wonderful, man. How are you?
I am great. So, hey, thanks for having me on this morning, and it is always a pleasure and an honor to be with you to kick off Camp Out for Hunger, and we could not be more excited to get this year kicked off and see if yet another possible record donation can happen. I mean, last year, you guys over 2.5 million pounds of food. Think what that does for those around the Delaware Valley. What an impact you're making with Camp Out for Hunger. We can't thank you enough for that.
Well, listen, obviously we said, and we're not even saying this, you know, just to be kind. Your contribution, Subaru's contribution is just essential. And I know we were all blown away, Matt, collectively by how everyone, you know, listen, it was... you know, the stuff is still going on, but at that point we were in the thick of it, of the pandemic and a lot of the restrictions, and yet still it did that, and people stepped up. And with the shift a few weeks earlier, you know, that actually has me nervous because, you know, people get into a ritual and they just assume, okay, it's going to be at this time, and we're trying to get the word out, but we're calling on everybody. That's why this tutelage that you provide other companies on how to participate and perhaps win those incentives is more important now than ever.
Well, yeah, no, Steve, thanks a lot. And I'll tell you, so as you're alluding to, the video that people can click on will be live on your website today, and they can click on that video to see just exactly how it's done, how businesses, big and small, can partner with our good friends at Phil Abundance to make a greater impact at Camp Out for Hunger. And you're exactly right. You know, last year, we really weren't sure what was going to happen, especially when it was needed the most. And I want to give a shout out. The corporations, again, big and small companies like small businesses, attorneys firms, you name it. I've heard from so many different people who say, you know what, we're going to make a bigger impact in Camp Out this year because of what Subaru has done over the past over 15 years.
Right.
And that's really great to hear from everybody. That's what we want. We like more and more companies getting involved. Doesn't matter your size. Every donation makes a huge impact. And quite frankly, you've heard me say this before to you guys in different meetings. Nothing would make me happier than for someone to beat us for the largest donation in terms of weight. Because that means one thing. That means really great things are happening for the greater Delaware Valley to help those who are food insecure. And that's what this is all about. Phil Abundance is providing for 180,000 families a week, everybody, each week. And of course, a huge percentage of those are kids. And that's the last thing we want. We don't want kids going hungry, because when kids go to school and they're hungry, they don't learn. We've got to make sure that we end this food insecurity. And hats off to the corporations throughout the Philadelphia area, the small businesses alike, and also kudos to the individual donors as well. You're making a huge difference, and it's fantastic.
No, all that in concert is what makes it a success. And to the point, I mean, we were turning around, Preston, and everybody, as these companies that we had not seen before came in with employees and made these donations and then made the commitment to stick with it. It's so encouraging, but it is, I mean, the number that you said, the amount of families that get fed because of this. And then I was reading, I think maybe it's the Wall Street Journal had an article about how many businesses, small businesses, have gone away never to return. And so that's more people in need of assistance. While we can celebrate last year, we've got to be serious about this year. So, and what you did and what you want to impart is the fact that you think, okay, I have to have 55, food drives in my parking lot. But the truth of the matter is there's a more targeted way to approach this, and that's what your video will show people, correct?
Yeah, the video that you and Preston helped out with, you're exactly right. That is going to show everyone how to partner with Phil Abundance, because they help make this really easy and can help your dollar stretch further in terms of overall food donations.
Right.
And the video describes exactly how to do that. You just go right to your website, WMMR.com, click on the donation video, and learn everything you can do. Now, beyond that, and you're right, Steve, you don't have to have a bunch of food drives in the parking lot of your business to make this happen. Phil Abundance will help you with all of that. But one thing you can do to engage your employees at your local business, and this is what we do here at Subaru, we do different competitions. Like our IT department steps up big time every year. We have them compete against marketing or the sales department or, human resources, for example. Everybody gets involved to make it exciting. And then what we do is we have an employee tailgater. We pick a date just prior to camp out, and we send everybody over who again wants to participate, go buy the bag of groceries, right, that you guys set up through Acme and so forth. Go get those. Come down to our headquarters. They donate those. We provide lunch for everybody, and we have games out there in the parking lot, and it's an employee tailgater all for camp out that makes it a lot of fun for everybody. And they get to visualize the impact that they're going to be having throughout the Delaware Valley with the donations they bring in. And it can also be monetary. They don't have to go pick up the sack of groceries. They can also make it a monetary donation. Right. We'll take care of it from there.
Yep.
So it makes it a lot of fun and helps get everyone excited about the overall impact.
I love it, man. And it's a little bit earlier this year, so I'm glad you're getting on to help get the word out. And not only can you find this video that Matt's talking about at WMMR.com, but we've got printable posters that you can use to kind of drum up some excitement around with your employees. And we have a list of Phil Abundance most needed items, and that stuff is included in the video, as well as how to partner with Phil Abundance and make it a little more streamlined and get it directly to them.
And did we mention Subaru makes a damn fine vehicle, right?
They do make a damn fine vehicle. This is true. Several fine.
Well,
We've got a couple of cross tracks at my house.
Well, we we appreciate that, and you know what? We hear that a lot from our customers. And I want to point out, you talk about Subaru makes a damn fine vehicle, and yeah, we think so too. But so do others like Kelley Blue Book. We're the most trusted brand for 7 years running. And but I'll tell you, what you're getting to is a bigger thing here. And let me tell you what Camp Out does. I hear from customers and also other businesses alike who say, you know what? I'm getting involved with Camp Out this year just because of what Subaru's been doing all these years. And we love hearing that because, again, this is what we want. We want more people involved, individuals and businesses alike, to make an impact. And again, here at Subaru, we have what's called the Subaru Love Promise. And we believe in having really positive interactions with everyone we interact with on every single day. But for us, it's not just Camp Out. Right? We do this all year long. We have our Share the Love Garden that you've seen right here at our corporate headquarters. That generates an enormous amount of food, organic produce that we donate right to Cathedral Kitchen, which is Camden's largest emergency food provider. Mm-hmm. And then this year, I'm sure you're aware of this because you guys have been down there, the Subaru Garden for Good at Subaru Park, where the Philadelphia Union play. So we made a commitment to spread that organic produce throughout the Chester, PA area. And this year or last year alone, that garden produced over 1,000 pounds of organic produce that was delivered to 4 Chester area organizations.
Yeah.
So again, it's beyond camp out. All these businesses and organizations that get involved with camp out, you can do this all year long and find ways to give back to your community, because you know what? It's not just good for business, but it's a darn good thing to do. It's the right thing to do.
Yeah,
I agree.
And it makes you feel good. And we love it. And we love everyone being a part of it.
You guys walk the walk. We love it, Matt. Thanks a bunch for checking in, and we will talk to you very soon because it's approaching, man. We appreciate it.
We'll see you at camp out, guys. Thanks for having me.
Matt Ritter, guys. Subaru of America, and yeah, the video is great. And they, like you said, they want you. They want to be beaten. It'll push them even further.
We still owe them.
Yeah, my God,
we still owe them
2
a broadcast. Yeah.
So we'll see what happens at this year's camp out, but it's coming. Details, WMMR.com, and info, like I said, printable posters, a video on how you can coordinate with Phil Abundance, and a list of their most needed items and all that stuff. November 1st, that's when we started, earlier this year. Okay, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Don't forget Joe List, who's going to be Helium Comedy Club coming up. Money Clips. Our buddy Andre Gardner is doing his 1,000th breakfast with the Beatles this weekend. We're going to talk to him, too. That's all that and more still coming.
Story. It becomes really boring. And it just becomes about people just kind of showing off.
When you listen to fusion jazz and really intense, super-duper fast swing and bebop and stuff like that the average ear, some of it, like, we don't know where you are. I don't know time-wise where you guys are, but you guys all do. And I find that fascinating. When I get lost in a song, and by that meaning I don't know where 1, 2, 3, 4 is, and all of a sudden you guys come back together and bang, you're right on top of it. It fascinates me. As a percussionist, I'm like, how the hell did they do that?
It's so cool. I think anyone can appreciate that.
But you can see how daunting that is to people who don't understand what you guys are doing, because it can sound like noise.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But that's one of my main missions. And, Steve, you mentioned Pat Metheny. I've been playing with him for 18 years. So, one of the things I learned from him is to try to make things accessible. You don't have to be complicated for the sake of being complicated. And it's a lot about lyricism, about melody, and, about communicating something to the audience. If you're overly complicated just for the fact, just for the sake of complication, then you lose me as well.
A couple of drummer questions for you, going back to Stuart Copeland for a moment. One of the things Antonio does that caught my eye and ear is that he uses all of the voices of the drum kit that are available, and ones that you may not have heard before. And I'm talking about hitting the rims, hitting the shells, playing with your fingers, hands, and so on and so forth, and incorporating all that stuff. And going back to Stuart Copeland, is your affinity for rim knocks, does some of that come back from listening to Stuart growing up?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. He was the man for that. And then when I started playing Latin jazz, there's tons of that.
Okay. How about using, because the first thing that I found really, really interesting about, I just pulled up and it just said on YouTube, Antonio Sanchez drum solo. And I watched you, and you're playing along without setting the sticks down. You're also holding on the sticks and playing with your fingers on the snare drum and here and there. And it sounds like more than one drummer is playing at the same time, which I found really interesting. Is that a technique you just kind of stumbled across and decided to expand on, or did you get some influence from that?
Well, I studied quite a bit of percussion when I was at Berkeley as well, like congas and bongos and stuff like that, instruments that you play with your hands. And I just started incorporating it little by little as I was holding the sticks. And a lot of things as well I stumbled upon.
So this week, or last week even, when I knew you were coming in, I'm like, well, I better practice, because I'm going to play with Antonio Sanchez. And I sat down to play a couple times, and I was just like, this is a waste of time. I'm just going to wait till he comes in here, and I will just do what I can.
He was in here early, by the way, before the show, banging away and trying to get up to speed. But, but it is what it is. It's all good.
But when someone is, when you were really into it, how much were you practicing a day? It had to have been a lot.
I was never the kind of guy that would practice like 7 hours, 8 hours a day. I saw a lot of those people at Berkeley, and I was like, oh man, I should practice more. And then I realized that I was playing way better than a lot of those guys, because I thought, I was practicing in a smarter way.
Okay.
I was working on my weaknesses way more than my strengths.
Right.
And I would do like 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day.
what would you say to people who, because I tried really, really hard. I hunkered down, I practiced, I worked on it for hours at a time. But there is a thing as natural ability versus effort, and you can work as hard as you can. But sometimes, listen, otherwise everybody would be hitting a home run every single time out of the park if they could do it.
Right.
There's some people that have more of an ability. If you find yourself plateauing, technique-wise, ability-wise, and it frustrates you, is there anything that you would give as advice to people as to, don't give up?
To me, the most important thing, I mean, I always say that technique without concept is like giving a machine gun to a kid. Okay. It's a very powerful weapon that if you don't know how to use it, you're just going to injure other people around you, with your lack of musicality.
Yeah.
So to me, it's always go back to the music. What is musical? Sometimes you hear this term, oh, he's such a musical drummer.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That he plays with taste. You never say, oh, he's such a musical piano player.
Right.
Because it's understood that musicians play music, and a lot of times drummers are not musicians. There's just drummers that bang away at the instrument.
You and I are going to play together.
Okay.
Here's what I'd like to do. We jam a little bit.
All right.
And then I want you to show me something stupid, or something awesome, because we got to get a taste of.
All right, so
sounds good.
Sashay on over there. Preston's ambling on over, and Antonio's getting in place, and we have two drum kits here side by side.
Hey. I am so nervous. I'm shaking a little bit.
Antonio, do you know how to play Wipeout? Can you play Wipeout?
Stop it.
I never did, but we can.
Why don't you want to trade 8? I'll start a beat and we can trade 8 on a little soloing or something like that.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, who's going to start first so we know?
Well, we'll start together.
All right. Okay.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. I'll play a rhythm, and Antonio will sync up with me, because he may start playing something I can't play.
Yeah.
So let me start.
That's probably inevitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then at some point, I'll do like a little 8-beat riff, and then he'll do it. And we'll figure it out, right?
Yeah.
All right,
you'll figure it out.
All right. I don't know what to do.
All right,
That's
so
awesome.
I'm sorry, I have to say, man, come on, what are you talking about? You sound great.
See?
Yeah.
So Chuck was standing back here. He goes, he points at Preston. He goes, he's a rock drummer, and then he points at you, Antonio. He goes, he's a jazz drummer. He said there was a difference, and so I can't tell. I'm not a drummer. I can't tell the between the.
Yeah. Well, to begin with, the sound of the drums is very different. You know, yours are tuned like a rock kit.
Yep.
But man, your time is really good.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
That's, you see?
I appreciate
You beat yourself up for nothing. Listen to the man. He knows what he's talking about.
I don't even know what just happened and what I just watched, but the beats and your hands going at different times and your feet going at different times, it was amazing.
Well, but Kathy, and that speaks to why you need to go see. You need to go see in person, at the Ardmore, because it's obviously it's something that it's to see it and see it performed live is a wholly other thing. You appreciate it, hearing it, but seeing it is a whole other realm.
Yeah, well, I think seeing like a really good musician doing what they do live is like going to see an amazing, sports person.
Yeah, yeah.
Is the only place where you can actually see somebody do that at that level. So I think it's really interesting.
Can I ask, and I don't know if this, listening in, Preston, obviously was going on about the Birdman soundtrack and everything. Were there any things that jump out for your composition for the movie that you're super proud of? Anything you could sort of demonstrate for us? Was there any sort of thing that you created or a passage or something that you are especially proud of?
I mean, to me, the most amazing thing about having been part of that project is that I only had the drums to do everything that I needed to do.
Was that per your idea, or did the director himself?
No, the director.
Okay.
The director was, because he's a drum fan. He was a big Pat Metheny fan, actually.
Right.
And he's the one that really wanted just drum set. So I had to figure out different ways of making the drums sound completely different.
To give them different shades of character.
Yeah. So that was one of the most interesting things about the whole project. Just the research I had to do to get different sounds out of the drums.
And Antonio, I know about the how you recorded that, Steve. They didn't film it and show Antonio the scenes as he was playing along. Can you tell him how they did it?
Yeah, it was a really unorthodox way of doing it, because they sent me the script, and Iñárritu, the director, wanted already some tracks before they started shooting. So we did the whole movie just off of the script.
Without ever seeing any imagery? You're just going off the written word.
So he would just sit in front of me, and I would ask him, this is a very long scene, so I would ask him to explain the scenes to me, and then he would just raise his hand whenever he would see the next phase of the scene happening in his head, so that I would get the timing right.
Yeah.
So then he was just sitting in front of me, and I would just be improvising, and then he would raise his hand, and I would think, okay, somebody opened the door.
Wow.
And then
That's
I would play an
crazy.
accent and then keep playing. So we did the whole movie like that.
Yeah.
It was really cool. And then they superimposed those
passages,
tracks, on the rough cut of the film. Then they showed me what they did, and then we redid a lot of the things.
You sort of shorted up.
Yeah, and this time looking at the film.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's why you have that it has such a jazz feel to it.
Yep.
Yeah, even
Absolutely.
cinematically.
Hey, Press, we only have a couple of more minutes if you wanted to.
I want to get, if you don't mind, if you wouldn't mind doing a little improv for us real quick.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
Antonio Sanchez. Here we go. Club. We also have another shot at Money Clips. That is on the way at 10 a.m. Of course, 7 times today, your chance to win. But we're headed into the weekend. You might want to make some dinner plans, so we may as well dive into the world of food with a connoisseur.
It's time for the connoisseur. It's going to be great weather this weekend and time to get out after the barbecue, actually go have a meal.
Yeah.
But take one of these suggestions for the connoisseur.
And we're going to start with restaurant information. A hospitality company involving actor Robert De Niro will open a restaurant in Caesars Casino, Atlantic City, and renovate hotel rooms there.
Is it going to have a De Niro theme to it?
Well, no. It's going to be, they're going to put it together with Nobu Hospitality.
So Nobu, he owns Nobu.
For a project to be called Nobu Hotel Atlantic City.
What the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
He owns Nobu?
Yes.
I
De
didn't know
Niro's
that.
one of the owners of Nobu.
Wow.
At least that's my understanding.
Yeah.
And
So-
they wouldn't make a move without contacting me.
Is Nobu the place you went to in L.A. that you asked Rob
Yeah.
to get you reservations for?
Yeah, Malibu, and probably the most expensive meal I've ever bought, but well worth it. And, well, I don't know if it's well worth it, but it was worth it. It was a really good meal. I love sushi, and it was the best sushi I've ever had.
May I pry and ask how much you spent for dinner for two?
Well north of $60, Preston.
You sick son of a bitch.
How much did your basement cost?
Thanks, Bill. Bill Weston likes to ask inappropriate questions about money, and that's what Kathy was referencing there.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
The development, including a Nobu restaurant, is part of a $400 million investment that Caesars Entertainment is making in Atlantic City over the next 3 years. It will also include the rebranding of several floors of hotel rooms in Caesars as the Nobu Hotel. So it'll be within...
Is this the first Nobu hotel? Because it's just been the restaurants.
I'm not sure. Yeah, as far as I know, it's just the restaurant. So Nobu was founded by chef Nobu Matsuhisa.
Right.
Also Robert De Niro and film producer Mir Tepper. So the company is doing similar projects in New Orleans and Las Vegas.
Okay.
So Atlantic City. There's going to be a Nobu hotel attachment to Caesars, and of course, it'll come with the Nobu restaurant.
That was right across from the Boo Boo Hotel, which is the Yogi Bear complex.
Boo Boo.
Yeah.
We're staying at the Boo Boo.
No, across from Nobu.
So that should be pretty interesting. Now, what I don't have is a time frame on this in the article that I
Tomorrow.
read. So we'll have to. It'll be up and running by tomorrow. Make your weekend reservations.
I must admit, you've heard Nobu mentioned so many times. I would like to at least try it once.
Yeah.
Is it strictly sushi, Nick, or
No.
can you get a good corn dog?
You could probably get the salmon that you love, Steve. Listen, it's a really nice restaurant in a gorgeous location. It's right on the beach in Malibu. It's is it overinflated and kind of trendy and silly in some respects? Absolutely. But it was a great meal and a really nice night out. And
isn't it a lot of who you might see there?
Yeah, like who's a whole bunch of famous people walk past us, and you're just
Weird
sitting-
Al.
Weird Al was there, and Usher.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to those really fancy places, a place like Nobu,
Right.
And so you know how when somebody works at a restaurant as a waiter, their hourly wage is nominal, right?
Depending.
So that's what I wanted to ask. So when you go to a place like Nobu, where you're paying out the ass, and it's clearly not the cost.
You have to move the banana first.
You have to move the banana first. Clearly, the upcharge on the food is. So are they paying those?
That's a good question. I bet they're salaried employees. I mean, because they are the best of the best. We had incredible service from beginning to end. So
Yeah.
I bet you their servers are salaried and they get tips on top
So
of it.
I've actually known a few top waiters in this area.
Yeah.
And they actually get poached by other restaurants because that experience.
Oh yeah,
you
the
know,
great waiter is a part of a
right.
great experience.
It's the great experience.
Yeah.
So there probably is a
Server,
initial,
I should say.
like a cash salary that's worth it. But when you are a waiter delivering great service at a Nobu and De Niro or somebody's at your table,
right?
You're looking at probably some great tip potential.
Casey, when we were at my son's birthday party at Gordon Ramsay, we had outstanding service.
Dennis.
Yeah, and so I got to believe those people get paid.
They have to.
That
If you
are
want
at
to
that
keep them,
level.
right?
Right.
Which, by the way, and that's I think that's part of why it is so expensive at some restaurants because you look at a steak, that's $60, $70.
Jesus.
It's
Corn dogs are cheaper.
It's not just the meat. It's, there's more that goes to it. I remember like a good I don't know, 20 years ago or so, where like the idea of going out and paying for a $100 meal was just outrageously astronomical. But now,
it's quite
a
common.
family of 5,
Yeah.
it's very common to go out and spend more than that
You
easily.
can pick which ones won't eat, and that's the way to keep the money down.
Could do that. But anyhow, Nobu coming to AC. All right?
Wow.
Yep. And by the way, there are 4 other Nobu hotels somebody texted.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Music Guy. Hit it again. We got another story. This one has a little local flavor. By local, I mean right in this very room. Chef Eli Culp is apparently starting a podcast, or has started a podcast called Delicious City. Delicious. And the cast of characters include WMMR's Marissa Magnani.
Yeah, we knew about this.
That is
cool.
true. And freelance journalist Sarah Milano. Is that how you're saying him, Marissa?
Yeah, it's like the cookie.
Milano. All right, Milano. Delicious City's approach, and this is an article I read, is an audio food blog like being in a room with other people. And the idea is to entertain and inform at the same time. The episodes are 35 to 40 minutes, although the premiere will be day before yesterday. Subsequent
So make sure you don't miss it.
Will begin October 4th and run every 2 Mondays on Apple, Spotify, and other services.
I saw an Instagram post of you with your cast there. Marissa, it looks like you all get along famously.
Yeah, we had done just a pilot episode, and we all looked around the room. We're like, wow, this works.
There you go.
So, according to this article, Culp is a James Beard Award finalist, by the way, which is huge, and co-owner of High Street Hospitality Group, which runs Fork, High Street, and some other restaurants. And he found Milano, an Inquirer contributor, through her work, and said that he noticed a lot of chemistry between them. Magnata, who produces WMMR's Preston and Steve Morning Show.
Is that us?
Won her spot by responding to Culp's Instagram solicitation for someone audacious and irreverent.
That's her.
Culp said she was like, me, 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 me. Did you say that?
She's a singer. Me, la, 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 me,
and he said Magnata, or the article said Magnata, who lives to eat, brings what she calls an every Jane spin to the show.
Every Jane spin.
Culp said, I didn't want another culinary professional or food journalist in the studio. And she will approach dining out from a customer standpoint. The show will include a call-in line, much like the Preston and Steve show's Love You, Hate You line, for listeners to call in and rant about restaurant jobs and rave about restaurants. I didn't know you were stealing one of our segments, Marissa. I had no idea that you were doing that when you
It's called a rant
asked.
line. Michael Klein did it that way.
No, it sounds familiar, doesn't
Well,
it?
here's what I will
Yeah.
say. I had nothing to do with creating this podcast. Eli had, oh my God, I was so excited for you guys to talk about this, and now it just.
They're also doing 6 jars of tarts.
Yeah.
Aw. No.
And then the Bizarro menu.
No, Eli literally had just posted something that said, does anybody like to talk about food? And that's when I was like, me. It's literally all I do all the time.
No, it's great, and honestly, that's it's right in your wheelhouse, and it's cool, and they all seem cool. So, and what are you doing, an episode a week?
2 a month.
All right.
2 a month. No, I literally, Preston, you reading this article is like, now I know what it feels like when a listener has their name said on the air. Like, that's how excited I am about this thing. And to be part of the connoisseur, like, I responded to something Michael Klein wrote. I said, if we can turn the Preston and Steve show into a 5-hour connoisseur every day of the week, then I do not need to do this podcast. But until then, that's literally what this is. Just literally get to go eat out in the city and talk about it.
Well, you can bring that information here too.
Yeah.
We can experience vicariously through your living.
Already in the first episode, I mentioned you guys like 4 times.
Nice. You stink.
Other segments will be the best thing we ate and restaurant news. A comedy segment called Street Beats, recorded as a person on the street news report, will feature comedians, correspondents Alejandro Morales and Betty Smithsonian.
No Gary Lauer?
No Gary Lauer. Not that I know of.
When are you going to get a good meal?
Culp said that although Delicious City will be focused on Philadelphia, he would like to expand to other cities. So Michael Klein wrote this. Okay, cool.
Yeah, can I ask you something? You like when lesbians do a daisy chain?
Oh, my God.
What does this have to do with
Oh,
food?
they should get him
Well,
on.
there's eating.
There's edible flowers and
You,
there's eating.
you go out a
and-
lot to eat in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
How do you like it when lesbians do a daisy chain?
Oh, Kathy, the place we recorded at, the microphones are so sensitive. I would die if he was on. All
All the noises.
Yes.
Jesus. Yeah, it's a little after dinner, man.
All right, so the first one's out, Marissa?
The first one is out. You can just look up Delicious City Philly on Spotify or Apple or wherever the hell you listen to podcasts.
Spotify, Massive Phone.
Wherever you
Yeah.
listen to the Preston and Steve
Yeah.
podcast and the Bizarre File podcast, which goes out every day, is where you can find this.
And
podcast.
she also does the video the video game stuff, right? Right?
FTW Philly.
Right.
Which is up for
An Oscar.
Local Emmy.
An Emmy,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Marissa Magnano.
Is that tomorrow?
Ladies and gentlemen. All right, what else
I'm
we
moving
got?
a shaker.
Yep.
And in the connoisseur, this is like a dream come true.
Yay.
All right, well, I do have some other things to get to. We're going to start with this. Modern farming methods mean more and more supermarket chicken meat has white stripes, which are actually pockets of fat running through it. Yeah. In fact, the vast majority, or 99% of all store brand chickens.
This one goes out to all the chickens.
All the store brand
Employing
chickens
organic farming methods.
sold in major U.S. supermarkets is impacted by muscle fatty deposits called white striping. And apparently, according to findings released on Monday, this is by the Humane League. Don't you want some chicken?
Yeah.
Don't you want some chicken?
All right, here's some humane. That was humane. That was humane.
The report analyzed meat cases at major supermarkets across 29 U.S. states with white striping disease found in all but 1% of the chicken inventory.
Wait, it was found in all but 1%?
That's what this is. Now, listen, there's something that refutes that at the end of this before you freak out.
But I mean, I've known about that strip. Like, I look at that when I go to get chicken. That's an indication that they've used antibiotics and steroids and things like that.
Let me ask you: would that in any way lead to what is classically referred to as a rubbery chicken? Because I got a rotisserie chicken the other day, and I could not eat this thing.
No, what it is that they're not pasture-fed animals. At least that's my understanding.
Look at you, know so much about this.
You're giving me a boner. Boner alert.
Am I? Really?
I love chickens, and I love when chicks talk about chickens.
All right.
I love when chicks talk about chickens.
It's the best.
Kathy, this is according to the Animal Welfare Group, who put this at the Humane League. Moderate to severe white striping was found in 70% of chicken packages that researchers analyzed, and all 16 major grocery chains surveyed had white striping disease present in their in-store brand chicken breast packages.
These tears I cry aren't tears for chickens. They're only to hide my guilt and shame.
Although the nonprofit group views its findings as an illustration of chicken being raised with little concern for their welfare, the affliction also can curtail the nutritional value of poultry when consumed by humans. I don't think it's anything dangerous, Kath.
But they're free range, so they're out in the middle of the range when they throw hand grenades at them.
So broiler chickens raised for meat are bred to gain weight rapidly, reducing the amount of food and water needed before slaughter. Still, factory-farmed chickens grow so quickly that the birds frequently can't hold up their own body weight.
That's what that line is.
With muscle replaced by fibrous tissue and fat.
Yeah.
I think that's disturbing. So I've reduced the actual chicken in my life, for chicken substitutes. But it's good to know this. So would you see this, Kathy, after the chicken is prepared? Would you be able to notice these striations?
No, you see it when
it's raw.
When it's raw in the grocery store, you can see. I mean, you can clearly see it.
The Humane League report was dismissed as unscientific by the National Chicken Council.
It's Poppy Cock-a-doodle-doo.
So apparently the National Chicken Council, they meet monthly. So
Thanks for coming.
it is. They said that they liken
members of the Chicken Council.
They likened the white striping as similar to marbling in red meat. They said white striping is not a disease. It is a quality factor in chicken breast meat caused by deposits of fat in the muscle during the bird's growth and development.
Yeah, it's quality. It's like a good piece of red meat you talk about. It's the same. It's similar in chicken. That's what it is. If you have that white stripe, it's indicated that the birds were not raised as they should, and it'll affect the taste of the chicken.
Well, quick question: is marbling in steak is a good thing,
That's
right?
a real good thing.
Right,
So, but marbling in chicken is not.
Correct.
My head is spinning.
Well, I don't know about...
You don't know that, do you?
I have no idea if it affects the taste or not. So we're talking about two different things here. We're
It
talking
does.
about taste. We're talking about welfare of the animal.
Right, if they can't find work.
And we're also talking about nutritional value. So those are three different things.
So it's the quality of the meat. I think they all kind of run into each other. Actually,
Quality, cut, and clarity, right?
I actually just talked to... No, that's for diners.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I actually just talked to the vice president of a large restaurant chain, and we talked specifically about this. And he said at specific restaurants where you're going to get not as great tasting, we were talking specifically about chicken. He said that's where you'll find places that will buy, with this, don't care about the white stripe.
Hold on. So it's the opposite of steak then?
Yes, right, correct.
Okay,
That's what we were saying.
All right,
That's
we were saying.
I said, like with steak, and the aging process,
the
that's all part of it.
Right.
Like that makes a good steak.
You've forever said that it is the fat within the cut of meat that will give it its flavor, correct?
Yes. So I guess in poultry, it's a bit of a different story.
Right.
Okay.
It's a chicken story.
So only 3 to 6% of birds in commercial flocks have severe cases of white striping, and most of the time, severely white striped chicken meat is used in further processed products and not sold in retail as boneless, skinless breast, the council spokesperson said. So you've got conflicting reports here. You got the Chicken Council
Somebody's
saying one
lying.
thing, you got the Humane League saying a different thing. So anyhow, white striping is something I was not familiar with.
No.
But they are kind of throwing that out there. All right, what else I got here? We have time for another one?
We better. No?
Not really.
All right, well,
Damn it.
this is super quick.
Okay.
Today is National Pancake Day.
Well,
it's one of the National Pancake Days. So there's another one that happens in February, and I think that's the one when we met our own pancake.
We did. Technically, it's this Sunday is Pancake Day.
All right.
But this is our only
Oh,
time
you're
to
right.
talk
You're
about
right. It is this Sunday. Do I need to wrap it up right now?
No. Did you hear me say something?
No, what'd you say?
Oh.
No, I thought you did. I'm sorry.
I said Bisquick.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you said be quick.
Be quick. Yeah. That's what I thought you thought I said.
Be quick.
Hey, with this pancake talk, be quick.
So the holiday did not start off with the intention of it being National Pancake Day. It was invented by Marianne Ways and Colleen Venable. They started this day, and the intention was for it to be called Lumberjack Day. Uh-huh. And they came up with that concept because they had just participated in Talk Like a Pirate Day, and they were looking for an excuse to do something a little bit different. And since they had so much fun with Talk Like a Pirate Day, they thought it would be equally fun to dress up like lumberjacks and eat pancakes all day. However,
like lumberjacks.
as the day went along, they realized that while the novelty of pretending to be a lumberjack quickly wore off, the pleasure of eating pancakes all day came to the forefront, and therefore they flipped it from Lumberjack Day to National Pancake
With
Day.
all due respect, these chicks need to get laid. I love pancakes, and yet I don't. I rarely,
You don't put
if
syrup on
ever eat them. I don't eat them without. I don't eat them in the correct way. I'm an abomination when it comes to the way I manage my pancake intake.
I don't understand how pancakes and waffle mix are the same thing, and because they toast
different design.
They toast totally. Is what
They
I was gonna
toast
say.
totally different.
I was going to say that by accident, but they taste totally
They
different.
toast totally different.
Well, it's just the preparation.
Yeah.
It's the process. So there is more that texture. It's firmer because of the way that the griddle cooks it.
I also think
the waffle iron.
There are more well done edges, obviously, in a waffle than there would be in a pancake.
Yeah, it's cooked more well done,
right,
as opposed to medium rare, which is what your pancakes are.
Speaking of the waffle iron, Buddy sent me a thing the other day of somebody.
Who's Buddy?
What's that? My buddy.
Oh, okay.
My,
There's a buddy.
buddy and me.
Right.
Hey, buddy.
My buddy and me like to climb up a tree.
He did.
And so anyway, it was a picture of somebody cooking scrapple in a waffle iron.
Ooh.
It looked amazing.
And you like your scrapple really well done.
I do.
So that's what you ought to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like making a smash burger, to be
Yeah.
honest, with scrapple material. Marissa, you got something to say?
Well, Casey, I thought you were going to say the video that's going around of people putting croissants in a waffle maker. And so it's turning like a croissant into a waffle.
I don't like that.
No?
No.
I think the
Because
classic...
a croissant has already been baked. It's already been made. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, but like instead of warming it up in the oven,
You
put
smash it
you
into
smash
oblivion,
it? Yeah.
and I don't know. I'd have to try it, I guess, before I could. It seems a little odd to me.
I
but
love
don't know. Have you
croissants.
had one?
No, I just watched the Instagram video and
Okay.
it looked good.
And they
you know
look
what,
good.
Preston? It was also like not the fluffy ones, but the ones that are a little more doughy.
Okay.
There used to be a croissant place, a restaurant on Main Street, Manayunk, and they had a sweet a side of the menu and a savory side of the menu. Man, that stuff was good.
Where's it was-
Traditional croissants.
Was it a croissant or a crescent roll?
No, it was a croissant.
Okay.
Was it a crescent wrench?
Maybe it was a crescent
Yeah.
wrench. Anyhow, the top types of pancakes, according to this article, are vanilla cinnamon pancakes.
That sounds good.
Pancakes with butter and maple syrup. I got to believe that those are probably
The standard.
that's pancakes regular.
Yeah.
Pancakes with raspberries and blueberries, peanut butter pancakes, strawberry pancakes, plum and pecan pancakes, or pecan if you say it that way, peach pancakes, and pear pancakes.
What about chocolate chip pancakes?
It's not on the list.
You figured that'd be a big one,
That's
right?
an easy one to
Yeah.
make. And I know tons of people who make chocolate chip pancakes. That's a good one, Steve. Don't know. All right. Well, anyway, National Pancake Day on Sunday. Eat pancakes all day
Yeah, until you
long.
pass out.
Yep, if you need. Is that all we have time for?
Yeah.
All right. We got to wrap up the connoisseur, but thank you for joining, and there's more to come. And don't miss Marissa's podcast.
Yes.
With, what is it? Delicious Eats?
Delicious City, Philadelphia. Delicious City, Philly.
Delicious City, Philly.
Yeah,
I
there's
got
a
that
link
wrong.
to
DCP.
it. There's a link to it on my Instagram page.
All right, excellent. Why don't we take a break, come back in a second, because we are going to get Joe List on the show, who is going to be at Helium Comedy Club. And we're also going to talk to our friend Andre Gardner. It's a milestone with Breakfast of the Beals, our sister station, WMGK. We'll be back in a second.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
You've waited all summer. All right, you guys ready? And it
Oh, my God.
Holy hell! That's freaking amazing.
Oh, my God. I'm telling you. This guy brings out voices of the drums you've never heard before. That squeaking at the end there.
I thought something had fallen because he was kind of reaching down, but you went underneath the drum?
He was playing with the snares. Yeah, and also hitting not only the hi-hat with the edges of the sticks, but the snare drum with the butt of the sticks at the same time.
Playing the whole drum. That's massively
unique.
impressive.
Oh, my God.
Unbelievable.
Thanks for having me.
You kidding me?
blast.
It's an honor of mine. Thank you so much
My
for being
pleasure,
here.
man. Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, Antonio Sanchez. Thanks for being here, Antonio.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
And this, and then the next thing.
Okay, what is the next thing?
The next thing is there's another Philadelphia legend.
I don't see the phone line.
He's zooming.
Yeah, we're
Oh
zooming.
my God! All right, real quick. You have about 3 minutes left to enter the word flowers for the money clip. So you got to do that now. Flowers. And that we will get a winner a little bit of $500. Yes, he's a Philadelphia legend, and we
love him.
Going to be performing on Saturday, yeah, at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City. And I'm telling you, I told you I got a Twitter alert this morning that he was tweeting about us. And it was ridiculously early. We hadn't even started the show. It was like 5:30 this morning.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's doing up at that hour. But ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Bob Saget is joining us.
Preston, Steve, I don't know what to say. And to hear 5 people applaud in the morning makes me feel like I'm on South Park. It's so good. I am so stupid. I got up, as I do at my elderly age, to go to the bathroom. And I said, hey, you know what? I'll tweet the show. That'll be great. And then I put, I'll be on at 7 a.m. because that's LA time. And I forgot that there is a time difference.
Yes. But I was shocked. So that would have been we would have been up at like 2 o'clock in the morning doing that this week.
Yeah.
2:30 in the morning.
I watched the movie Mank last night because I wanted to know how good Hollywood used to be.
All right, let me ask you, Bob.
I just couldn't sleep. How are you guys doing? How are you?
We're doing well. And I wanted to ask you, by the way, because it's a story of Mankiewicz, who wrote the screenplay for it. Not to go off on this tangent.
No,
but,
I love I am tangents.
Are you? I contend a lot of people, when they finally see Citizen Kane, they get dismissive of it. It is a masterpiece, is it not? It is worth.
I believe it is.
Okay,
I believe it is.
And
it did a lot
world.
for snow globes. It was, and sleds went up.
Were those the tchotchkes they sold for the?
That was the merch right out in the Grauman's Chinese Theater.
So all the radio stations in the area, they got snow globes and
they got snow globes and rosebud sleds.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I can't think of a lot of other RKO pictures except for 2 more that Orson Welles made after that. But
but
that has nothing to do. And you got to talk to my friend Bill Burr this morning, who is going to be where I'm going to be Saturday. He's going to be there in September, and he's one of my favorite people on the planet.
Well, he was being very humble about. Casey had mentioned that he's kind of in that top. Upper echelon of
he's
Bob
in the
Saget
range.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
I would put him higher than me, and he would also.
Most people would, Bob.
I was actually talking to him. He was over my house. I'm sorry, you were going to say something about it. No. Go ahead. Just how great he is.
Yeah, no,
I was just going to say, he won't. He doesn't accept that he's at that level, which is healthy, I think, for somebody in the entertainment industry, in any industry, to realize that you can always be better and so on. But he was kind of humble about that.
Yes,
that response.
self-deprecating.
But he's one of the best, man.
He is one of the best, and I was there. I was on before at the Twitter Center in Camden when he had that Opie and Anthony virus set.
Oh,
that
it's
people
legendary.
booed.
Yeah.
I was standing backstage. I was standing next to Jeff Wills, the head of Live Nation Comedy. I was under the monitor and watching it. And I'm going, this has gone great. And I said, this is amazing. This is exactly what I would do if I was going to get booed. But I had a sweet spot in the show, like right in the middle.
Yeah.
So by then they got tired of booing people. It was kind of what we call herds now. It wasn't a herd, it was just booers. And he got off stage in a cold sweat. He said, did you see that? That was terrible. I said, Bill, you literally just made history. That video is going to roll forever.
I saw you. I think you're on Rogan describing the whole situation, and that like the comedians all actually something that was promising to be so cool and fraternal turned out to be a nightmare, like Platoon, and you said in that moment he secured his legend by and the fact that he was dissecting everything that we hold dear, and you could win over an audience by throwing it back in their face was just an amazing thing.
He roasted them in the way that roasts. Well, it was cruel what he did, but roasts used to be meant not to be televised, not to be recorded. They were recorded, some of them, but they, when I was roasting on Comedy Central, that should not have been televised. That should have been just for a bunch of people that want to hear that kind of language, because it was, it crossed the line. It was on after 11 or 12.
Sure.
When clips run out of context now, it's, but Bill basically said the worst things you could about my hometown people in my loving Philly. And it was hilarious because he was unrelenting. He would go 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. I'm doing all 15. You deserve it. And what I was going to say was he was over my house. We were smoking a cigar not long ago because that's the best way to get COVID. So we wanted to try that. And we're sitting there talking. And I said, I'm going to be 65 in May, Bill. And, it's so interesting. I got a lot of things starting for me now. I'm going to direct a movie later in the year. I was just in a movie. And it's things, I haven't even done what I came here to do yet. And he looked at me. He exhaled smoke and he said, well, you better effing hurry up. Like I said, I'm not dying, man. I mean, I know Norman Lear. He's not.
You're just looking for a nice little exchange with a friend and a heart to heart, and he basically says you're about to die.
Yeah, telling him that I've got all this great work I'm about to do that I've never done. Because what I share with Bill is the love of stand-up. What I share with everybody, all the people that do it for the right reasons. And it's been hard on a lot of comedians that haven't been able to even make a living. But I'm very fortunate. And Bill is on fire. In fact, I've got to leave and put him out. But Bill is, because he played a firefighter in Pete's movie, but that makes no sense. See, it's not always good.
Well, let me tell you this. I will tell you this, and everyone wants to ask you a question, but I will tell you this. I think things, you mentioned COVID and all that stuff. The things that everyone is sort of looking for as those flags that we're returning to normalcy. Rock concerts and music and stand up and going out to see stuff like that, live shows, and that's at the heart of what was so crippling for the comedians and musicians. And I feel, obviously you're proof positive as we're promoting your gig that we're turning around now.
First thing, I didn't know I was positive. I was told I was tested negative, but thank you, and I'm glad I heard it from you on the air. But I am beyond thrilled. I have had 2 injections. I had them in my butt.
Yeah.
I actually did the drive-through. So I just
put your ass
stuck it out the window. Yeah, I did the whole thing. And there was a different cheek for each dose of the Moderna. But I'll just go on more about that. So what happened was I really know when to stop, don't I? Anyway, but to go back and to be able to perform, and it's not going to be loaded with people, they have to do the CDC guidelines.
Sure.
So people are going to wear masks, and it's going to probably be half or less, a third. I don't know what the thing is. We're doing 2 shows. My buddy Mike and I have toured for 10 years, and he's doing really well, but we're on tour again because I haven't been this excited to do stand-up, I don't think ever.
That's great.
Ever, because they need it and I need it, and I get to make people laugh, and I'll be able to hear them through a mask,
Yeah. So, Bob, in the world of social media, when you're posting on Twitter and Instagram, and you're posting these photos, you always have to be aware of what's going on in the background, because people like to zoom in and you left the toilet dispenser out, and or whatever. But now you're doing these Zoom interviews, and clearly you've given your background a lot of thought as well, and we've been doing this with other Zoom interviews.
Right.
So I'm noticing the stuff that is neatly placed on the desk behind you, and I'm wondering if over your right shoulder, is that a Batmobile? I can't really figure out what's going on all the way.
It looks like one, but yes, you know what? I think it is. It is. Yes, it is. Oh. I would go get it, but I'm wired to the computer. So,
Steve,
if I leave, I drag the whole damn setup off the thing. But on the other shoulder is Rodney Dangerfield, a gold. That is an award from the UCLA Brain Society. Not society. It's not a society of brain people. It's the secret brain club.
They're like the aliens from Mars Attacks.
Exactly. It's Mars Attack people. But it's actually was given to me by the people that run the brain ward in the brain center at which is redundant because the brain. Anyway, you're right. You were right earlier. Tangents are not a good thing. I really should have listened when we started. But that was awarded to me by Joan Dangerfield, his widow, and a friend of mine, Joe Gray, at a big event. And he was a good friend. I officiated his funeral, and he started me out on the Young Comedian special when I was like 25, 24.
I remember.
Bob, don't you have another piece of memorabilia from Rodney in your collection? Something
I do. It's in the other room. There's a study behind here, and I've got Rodney's pot pipe, and that came out on the Bill Burr, Bert Kreischer podcast, and I've got a box that he kept all of his pot in, and his actual pot pipe. And I'm afraid I got a high just looking at it.
Well, a lot of people don't know that he was a very active pot smoker, and that was his thing. And he was, I wonder now, Bob, with the strains and the potency levels, How do you think he would have held up against the current crop and strains?
I don't think he would have needed the brain surgery. I think literally he could have gone out a little more peaceful because it was elective brain surgery because it was something that was going to happen to him.
All right.
And I'm not big on elective brain surgery, just me personally, because that's why I stopped practicing brain surgery. But he was like, man, I'll tell you, I'll smoke pot every day. I don't care who knows it. They're going to put it on my epitaph. And I'm like, I don't think you want that on your tombstone. Well, actually on his tombstone, it says, there goes the neighborhood, because he's next to like Billy Wilder and Dean Martin and stuff.
That's sensational. I wanted to just bring up something because you were mentioning directing and getting onto some projects you're doing. Dirty Work was on the other night, and that you directed that, and Norm Macdonald is in it.
Yep.
And to me, that, and I know a lot of people feel this way, that is a cult status level movie. Do you ever get a chance?
I want to marry you. I want to marry you. I am married. My wife's out of town, but if she comes back on Sunday, if we can get married right after I do the Hard Rock Saturday.
It's just Norm Macdonald to me is just one of the greats, and I hold you in that rare status as well as far as what you do, but the union of you two, and it's so wrong in all the right ways.
Well, it's really nice to hear you say that, and I will have something I'll be able to say in the months ahead that is damn exciting if you love that movie.
All right.
And it's not a flip book. You know?
No, I would not be as excited.
We're coming out with a Viewmaster from Dirty Work.
I used to love Viewmaster.
It is something that if we're doing what we're planning to do with who we're planning to do it with, it's going to be one of your favorite things that you've seen in a long time. So
off camera talking or off mic talking. Please welcome Joe List to the show today. Hey Joe, how you doing, man?
Wow, thank you. What a nice greeting. I appreciate it.
Our pleasure. It's good to have you back on. We spoke to you last year, I believe. Was it last year, Case?
Yeah, so looking at our calendar, our schedule, it looked like we had you on the phone in August of 2020.
Oh, that makes sense. That's when my special would have come out. Yes,
okay.
I did. I made a lot of phone calls, so I appreciate you guys having me then and now.
I Hate Myself was the special, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And
Yes. There we go.
Still feel that way.
You still hate yourself? Together.
Yeah.
No.
It's getting better every day. But
Good. So
it's hard to love yourself, you know what I mean?
Then you run the risk of going the other way, which is become narcissistic. I think a general mid-level self-loathing gets it done. Don't you think so?
Yeah, well, nobody likes somebody that loves themselves.
Right.
You know what I mean? I want others to like me, so I feel like I have to hate myself at least a little bit because others always will.
I think I've always loved someone who's self-deprecating, and then some people will use that as a tool to. You'll see girls on Instagram and social media. Well, I just don't look good today, and obviously they've had makeup done and everything, and it's like that is an invitation to tell them how wonderful they look, and to me that's so phony and annoying. But I think there's a healthy level of knowing your faults and going with it. Do you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. I agree. I mean, everyone's a little bit garbage, you know, so you gotta be able to recognize that.
Exactly. So there's a lot you're involved in, and I'm going to go right to this because you do the Joe and Raynon. How is it pronounced? Talk movies.
Nobody knows. Ronan, I believe, like Ronan sentence.
Oh, okay, all right. We're big movie fans here, and I have to apologize, unaware you were doing this. I am a fan of yours, but I did not know this was part of the deal. And then on the description, you're doing some deep dives into older films, like I guess a big discussion has been recently about Humphrey Bogart and
Yes.
And whether he is in fact a good-looking guy or not. I have to find out? What did you guys determine?
I find him to be just appalling looking, but there's one. First of all, I just found out he's 5'8", which is hilarious. No offense to the 5'8"ers out there, but you don't think of a gruff movie star being 5'8". But there's one scene in Treasure of the Sierra Madre, which is on everybody's mind these days.
Yeah.
That film from 1948.
It's a masterpiece, though. Yeah,
it is amazing. It's an incredible movie, but he's getting his hair done, and it's like swooped to a side, and like he looks like the ugliest human being I've ever seen ever.
And yet,
but he's sexy.
There was something about his confidence, and a lot of people sort of forego movies that are in black and white or from a certain time period. And it's like if you haven't checked out Treasure of Sierra Madre, you haven't checked out The Maltese Falcon, or any of the great, The African Queen, which is in color, and that's a little bit later on, you can see why someone like that had what they used to call that something, that star quality. And certainly, though, but you're right, he was a weird-looking dude by any measure.
Yeah, he's no Brad Pitt, but I think smoking is sexy. I know it's bad and kids shouldn't smoke unless they want to be cool, but it's just the way he smokes, I think, is cool. And he's always like, yeah, shut up, you see? And I think it's hot.
There's a lot.
I'm attracted to him.
Yeah,
even though I think he's gross.
We don't do that. We don't punctuate sentences with you. See, yeah, it doesn't happen much anymore.
I love that you're attracted to him, even though you think he's gross.
Yeah.
There's a lot of smoking in a movie that I think is a great homage to movies in general in Hollywood. Is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. They're constantly smoking, of course, and you have some of the sexiest men in Hollywood. So maybe there's smoking's gotten a bum rap.
Well, the problem is
good.
Yeah, you can't it looks cool, and I'm a reformed smoker, but what you can't do is you can't smell their breath in the movies. And
that's a good point.
Yeah, and so that's why it looks good. But when I see that, and then a kissing scene right afterwards, I'm like, oh, that's got to be terrible. That's got to be really, really bad.
Especially Humphrey Bogart.
It's nasty, but I remember one time my wife and I, she doesn't smoke, but we went to Paris and we smoked cigarettes, because when you're in Paris, you smoke cigarettes. That's what everyone does there. And then, we've been together for a long time. So that night we were making out and it, tasted like an exhaust pipe, but it was kind of hot. Yeah. It was new.
It was cool.
So yes, smoking is sexy if you don't do it often. Just every once in a while, your wife has trash breath. It's kind of nice.
So I was in Paris for a day as well, and I bought a pack of cigarettes when I was there. It was the same exact thing. The weird thing about the cigarettes that you buy in Paris is they have pictures on the packs of cigarettes of lung cancer, of actual.
Oh, they go that
cancer.
Austere.
Yeah, well,
really?
they have to. And I believe they do the same thing in Canada.
They don't have pictures of Humphrey Bogart?
Did your pack of cigarettes, do you recall, did it have gross pictures of lung disease?
Yeah, because we were laughing about, my wife was like, we should try to collect the whole set, because some are like a deformed hand, some are like teeth falling out, some are whatever.
Oh, it's a collector's set.
Baseball cards.
Yeah.
You put them in the spokes of your bicycle. That's
oh, look, I have a decaying mouth.
Look, oral cancer.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't realize that they were that austere with it over there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what that word means, but they're definitely austere.
Well, what about other things like rectal problems? do they include pictures on all of the things that can hurt you over there?
That's the really expensive pack. It's like behind glass. It's just it's a rectal exam.
That's it.
Joe,
yeah.
I wanted to go back to the movies thing. So obviously you're a huge fan, and a lot of people in comedy, stand-up comedy, make that segue into acting, and that can be kind of like the prize. You get up there and you start, all of a sudden you're making films. You've taken your career to another level and can still do stand-up as well. Does that hold any appeal to you at all?
It does. I actually just shot an independent movie, and I play the lead. It's a movie I wrote.
Oh.
And I managed to get it made. It'll be out in the spring, and it's really changing my approach to movie reviews, because now we do the podcast, and I'm like, yeah, maybe it wasn't great, but they really tried hard. I mean, It's not easy making a movie. I feel like I have to delete the entire history of my podcast, because I'm on the record being like, whoever, I don't even want to say anymore who I think stinks. It's because I'm nervous. And then I have this image of, buttoning my jacket and collecting my Oscar, and everyone's booing because we heard what you said about,
They're all pissed off. Well,
movie.
The great Peter Bogdanovich started as a film critic, but he became a master film director, and because he had, he watched all these other films from the greats. So this independent film, was this a long time in the making? Is it a script that you've had sitting around, or is it something you were just able to facilitate because of everything that happened over the past year and a half?
No, it happened over the last year and a half or so, and I think it's good. Everybody thinks they're making a good movie. No one's like, we're making a real piece of crap here, but or maybe they are. But I think it'll be good. I don't know. We'll see.
What's it called? What's it about?
It's a slightly secretive project, which I know is annoying, but we don't have an official title yet, but it will I promise it'll be out, and it's a real movie. I swear to God.
All right, genre. What do you package do you put it in?
I think it's a dramedy. I think it's like it's sort of a family. It's a lot of laughs, but it gets serious.
Is it Dear Evan Manson?
Yeah. All right, you guessed it. It is. It's the sequel. It's like Back to the Future 2 and 3. We shot it at the same time.
Okay, so let me ask you, what's your favorite movie of all time? I know people ask me all the time. We're all big movie fanatics here. What would you list as your greatest movie experience of all time?
Goodfellas is my favorite movie. I know it's not as an exciting answer, but it's just I always watch it. I just think it's perfect. I think every single shot, note, performance is just the best.
It is. It's so good, and it's one of those movies. You can tell how good it is because I'm always frustrated when it pops up on a channel that where they're omitting some of the curses. Yeah, and it's like no, this is not pure. This is not pure because that's Scorsese at his finest. What did you think of The Irishman? Did you watch that?
I love The Irishman. The first time I saw it, I didn't love it because I'm a human being. But then I watched it. There's things I liked, and I watched it the second time and liked it more. And then I sort of, because of my partner, Rana, my partner, that sounds weird, but my podcast co-host.
Your lover.
It sounds like we're married. But he had some great points about the movie, and now I've watched it, like, believe it or not, like 5 or 6 times, which is about 4 days of my life.
Yeah,
and, I really love it. I think it's pretty great. It's not Goodfellas, but I think it's pretty great.
I mean, I think there can be a distinction though between what you think is the best movie of all time and what your favorite movie is.
Yeah.
I mean, because my favorite movie of all time is Stand By Me, but I am by no means saying that that's the greatest movie of all time. That's just a movie that I saw at a particular time in my life that spoke to me, that continued to speak to me. But I would never say that Stand By Me is the greatest movie of all time.
Absolutely. I agree. I mean, I feel that way all the time. I mean, like, I love the movie Cocktail, but it's like one of the worst movies ever.
But it's fun. I mean, it's fun bad. Right?
Yeah,
I mean, and that can be the joy of the experience.
When he's doing his poetry, standing up on the bar, and he's like, the orgasm, the sex on the beach. It's so great. It's so horrible. It's great.
And somehow none of the 500 people at this bar are like, hey, could you get me my drink?
Yeah, I need a cocktail. Do your job. They're all enamored by the bartender.
You can run on that, and you'll cash in if you're enjoying the movie for what it is. And like you saying, you finally helming your own film made you appreciate what other film people are going through. And then you're I think inclined to give, hey, I'll give him a couple points for this. This is pretty good, and that's why like the we'll report on the Rotten Tomatoes score, but you have to realize it's such a subjective experience. You might find something in it that it may just be one scene that means everything to you in a movie, and that's worth it.
Yeah, exactly. There's some amazing movies that people don't like for whatever reason. And also sometimes I think movies nowadays get great reviews because of the subject matter, even if it's a terrible movie.
Yeah.
It's like 100%. And you're like, this is the worst movie I've ever seen. But I think reviewers, it's about,
Me too.
Whatever. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So like this, it's a great cause. And you're like, well, sure, it's a great cause, but the movie stinks.
Right.
So reviews are off a little bit, I think, sometimes.
Are there any movies that come to mind that you would absolutely be embarrassed to admit that you love? Now, Cocktail is a good bad movie.
It is.
But one that you're like, I can't even get away with that, because I have one that I would share.
All right,
with
well,
you
we'll reveal. Maybe you
to
can
give
help.
you a level.
Yeah, I might have to think about it for a second. Music, I have several probably, but movies, I have to think. I am a bit of a movie snob, so most movies that I love are well received. I feel like.
I have a couple. I mean, the ones that I enjoy. Preston, give yours, and I'll go into a few of mine.
And listen, you have at it,
Yeah.
okay? Because this is really embarrassing.
Yeah, go ahead.
But for some reason, I like the movie King Ralph.
King Ralph with John Goodman. Hey, that could happen, by the way.
Now, listen, I love Shawshank Redemption.
Yes, which is King Ralph in England.
In New England.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Why do you love that movie?
I don't know. I like it.
King Ralph is...
It's so stupid.
Yeah.
But that's an example of, my God, I can't believe I actually even just said it.
Mine are worse than those, from Justin to Kelly.
Oh, my
Kelly
God,
Clarkson.
that's right.
Yes, I love the movie Burlesque with Cher and Christina Aguilera. It is so unrelentingly horrible. I just watched one that reminded me how It was a Lethal Weapon ripoff of the 80s called Samurai Cop. Dave Matthews is a huge fan. He did a song about it. It is so unrelentingly bad. But the trick is, Joe, is that the movie had to have been made in earnest, where, when you try to force a cult movie, it never works. But when it's made with the intent to make a good movie and it fails summarily, that's when it becomes the gem, like Cocktail.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, man, I'm trying to think of some examples of this. I mean, my wife and I just saw a movie in the theaters. And again, I'm nervous to crap on movies, but it was bad. And it's the worst thing I've ever seen. It was called 6:45. Have you guys seen or heard of this movie?
No.
Is it like the time of day, 6:45? Is it a flight number? What is it?
Date?
Yeah, it's a time, and it's like a Groundhog Day, which now is just a formula you can just take.
Yeah.
And it's like a horror movie Groundhog Day, and it takes place, it's shot in Ocean Grove on the Jersey Shore, but it's supposed to be an island. And I just am shocked at how bad this movie is. I mean, you can't even believe it. We watched the whole thing and we hated it, but we also kind of enjoyed it. It was kind of fun because it was so surprisingly bad. It was like we were being punked.
Right. So is it, did you actually spend money on it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And it's in New York, so it's like $48 a ticket any time of day.
So, I mean, Happy Death Day is almost like Groundhog Day horror movie, isn't it?
I enjoy that movie, though.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty. Did you see Happy Death Day?
I didn't see that, but it looked pretty good. I like a good horror movie. My thing with horror movies is I always love them for like an hour, and then they try to explain it, and that's when it comes apart to me. They're like, it's the devil, and I'm like, oh my God, the devil.
Yeah, you've got to make some concessions. Again, if you hop on board, like James Wan is doing great stuff with horror these days. His newest movie in the name Malignant. Which is one that is getting rave reviews. I want to see the Conjuring and all of those movies. You can take that genre and just tilt it slightly and always find a new way to approach it. But at the end of the day, I'm sure it's like when people ask you about comedy. Are there hard and fast rules? If the audience is laughing,
right.
if they're enjoying the movie, then you did it right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can't argue. It's hard to argue with comedy.
Yeah.
Movies. You're not making noises as much. Like comedy, if they're laughing, you're like, all right, you did it.
Right.
And if they're not laughing, you didn't do it. I think Jerry Seinfeld had one of my favorite quotes. He said, comedy is the only art form where if you don't do it right, people say it's not the art form.
Yeah.
Like people are like, that wasn't comedy. Like, no one's ever like, that's not a painting.
Right.
They're like, that's a crappy painting, but it's a painting.
Right.
Yeah, it's just a bad painting.
Hey, Joe, I wanted to bring something up to you because I follow you on Twitter. I'm a fan of yours, and you posted something on Twitter a few weeks ago, and I was like, I have to bring this up because I believe you have something in common with one of our show members. You put ketchup on your hot dog?
I do, exclusively ketchup.
Wow.
Nothing else.
Nothing else.
Can you believe putting ketchup on a hot dog is as divisive as it is?
I think it's crazy. And I'm not saying, I don't know how I worded the tweet. I'm not saying ketchup is better than mustard or whatever. I just think it's insane, the people that think it's crazy to put ketchup on a hot dog.
Hey,
that's all I'm saying.
I'll read your tweet. It says, if you think ketchup on a hot dog is weird or gross, your parents did a crap job, and I'm paraphrasing. Crap job, and they're likely communist or fascist or racist.
Wow.
Some kind of ist. So grow up.
So Joe,
I don't know. I was in a mood that day. So.
Where are you now?
This is Nick. Casey was referencing me. I like ketchup on my hot dog as well. What bothers me about it these days is who gives a crap? If you like ketchup on your hot dog, if you like mustard on your hot dog, why is it divisive? Why doesn't anybody give a crap anymore about what you put on what you like is what you like? And if it makes you happy on your own hot dog, it doesn't affect anybody else. If they want mustard on their hot dog, put goddamn mustard on your hot dog. Why does it matter anymore?
Are we talking about the vaccine now?
He got really upset about that.
He just found out yesterday that it was the favorite way for Jeffrey Epstein to eat his hot dog.
It's just a stupid argument. It's a waste of time.
I like barbecue sauce on my hot dog.
You communist.
Sure.
You fascist.
Yeah.
You're a racist.
It's bizarre.
No, I just think ketchup, to me, when I grew up, ketchup was like a standard thing you would put on a hot dog. I didn't understand that it was insane. It's not like I'm putting Diet Coke on my hot dog.
You were Boston? Is that where you grew up? Okay, and you're saying ketchup is as common as mustard on a hot dog?
Yes, but it's divisive there too.
Oh,
it's
is
not
it?
like a Boston thing. Yeah.
Okay.
No, because I remember being in the bleachers at Fenway and having like a 40-minute discussion that like went across rows and sections and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was shocked by that then.
It's an internal argument.
Yeah.
The same with cheesesteaks here. The great, long-standing, never to be solved issue.
What kind of cheese do you
With
put
or
on your
without,
cheese?
or cheese whiz, or provolone, or American. Yeah.
I jokingly, so I go for bike rides. I go for 30, 40, 50 mile bike rides, and I had stopped for a hot dog about 40 miles into a bike ride, and I was like, and I thought of this funny. I thought it was a funny joke, and so I stopped and I tweeted it out. Listen, you're not going to laugh at it, but I said, it was just funny the response I got, the response that I got, because I said the only
What
time.
was your funny joke?
I said the only time it's okay for you to put ketchup on a hot dog is when you've just gotten home from a long day at kindergarten, and that was the joke. The joke is only kids put ketchup on their hot dogs, and people were like so pissed off at that. And I was like, it's just a joke. Like, do I really care if you put ketchup on your hot dog? No, but do I like to bust your chops for it? Absolutely.
Okay.
You know.
I think that's fair. I'm also known in my friends group as Kids Menu. So
the kids menu?
No kidding. Yeah,
That's great.
I eat like spaghetti and meatball, chicken nuggets, French fries, cheeseburgers.
Oh, wait.
That's my son.
Have you in fact ordered? Because sometimes, and Kathy's brought this up, sometimes you go into a restaurant and you'll say, man, the kids menu has some good stuff. Have you ever, as an adult, ordered off the kids menu and asked them to make the accommodation?
I haven't quite done that, but I do order a cheeseburger with just beef, cheese, and bun, and because I don't want lettuce or onions anywhere near it.
That's me, man. That's me. Yeah.
Yeah. It's embarrassing, but what can you do? I'm trying to get better. Every once in a while, I'll get salmon and throw it under the table when no one's looking.
I do feel like if you're going to order off the kids menu, though, there has to at least be a kid at the table so you can pretend like they want it.
Well, you know what I'll do sometimes is I'll go into a place, if I'm ordering like to go, I'll pretend it's for my son because I'm like, just make sure there's nothing on it because he'll freak out. He's he's got problems. He's got mental problems. So just extra marinara and no chicken.
Oh, that we used to talk about when Toys R Us that we were more prevalent. I would go in and I'm a big nerd in collecting science fiction stuff, and I'd walk around and I'd literally have to pretend my son's looking for this thing. It's like I don't have kids, by the way. And you get that because you're too embarrassed to say it's for me. So I can understand that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big tea drinker, and I'm very specific about it. I don't like to oversteep. And at Starbucks, they put 2 bags in there. And then sometimes they'll just sit there. So I'll say, can I get 1 bag in and 1 bag out? But I'll read it off my phone as though it's instructions from somebody. And I'm like, this guy,
you're not going to come to it. By the way, I agree. I'm an
like
immediate tea bag in. I don't let it steep too long. I squeeze the tea bag and then I proceed. And that's the way I go. I don't like it. It's too.
You're a bag squeezer.
I'm a bag. I've been squeezing bags ever since summer camp.
Wow.
No.
Bag squeezer, are you?
Hey, Joe, you were at See Here Now last weekend?
Yes, I go every year, except last year. Last year I went. There was no concert because of COVID, but I still went and walked around the beach. But yeah, we were there. It was awesome. It's a great festival, but I wish no one else would come, so it stinks. We went the first year. There was like 10,000 people there, and then word got out, and now there's like 35,000 people. It stinks.
You are so right. The worst part about the festival is the fact that other people are there. Like any festival. That's a very accurate observation.
Nick, tell them about the tickets you were going to get.
Well, Joe, I don't know what kind of tickets you got, but general admission were priced reasonably. There were VIP tickets, however, that were priced at like $1,300, and it was 2 days.
A ticket,
yeah. So you get to see Pearl Jam and Smashing Pumpkins and go both days, but for $2,600 for 2 people to go, it just is asinine.
I agree. Yes, I. It's so funny. I mean, a funny story about it. I bought the tickets. I must have got them early. I buy them before they announce the lineup because we just like going to the festival. So I think if you bought them early, they send you little like laminates, like these little plastic, like a pass. It looks like a pass,
right?
Like you guys are wearing. And so I got them, and I was like, "What are these passes?" It doesn't say anything on it. It just has the lineup. But I was like, "I think this is something." So my wife and I were wearing them around, and there's a long line to get in. And I was like, I think we might have VIP. I might have accidentally bought these And so I got out of line and asked a guy, and I go, "Hey, what are these laminates?" And he goes, "Those are absolutely nothing. They're just for decoration." And I was like, "Okay." And I had to get back in the back of the line and slowly take them off and put them in my pocket. But in my mind, I was like, maybe I spent $4,000 and I don't remember. And they have the VIP, and they're like, "No, you don't."
Right this way to Mr. Vedder's tour bus. Yeah.
Wow. Did you
But
catch
no.
the Pearl Jam set?
Yes, I'm a big Pearl Jam guy. It was my 45th Pearl Jam show.
Wow.
You
and Nick are Nick.
yeah.
Nick, how many concerts for you?
Around that number, Joe, maybe a little bit fewer. Have you been to any shows in Philly? Have you ever seen Pearl Jam play here?
I have. Yeah, I saw them. I didn't go to the Spectrum shows, but I was at whatever it is now. Not Verizon's DC. I don't want to get this wrong.
The Wells Fargo Center. Yeah.
Wells Fargo. Yes,
Yeah.
I've seen them. I saw them twice, and it was the 22nd because I know one of them was the end. I mean, I'm a big Pearl Jam nerd. If we want to talk, it was the anniversary of the first show, so it was the 22nd, maybe 21st and 22nd. I don't know what year. 2016, maybe.
Nick has the honor of having been he got a shout out from Eddie Vedder.
He was actually at that show.
That show. Casey's going to get the audio.
Yeah, but he can't hear it. The problem is if we play it from our board.
He can't hear it through the.
We're working on that technology right now, but
Steve, what did it sound like? This goes out to Nick.
This goes out to Nick, man. And I got to tell you something. He does a totally jerk off move with ketchup and hot dogs. No. He was talking about the station and how MMR is totally supported Pearl Jam and that we're live rock around the. There's always a live DJ here and everything, and he was very effusive about it. It was very cool. So
Joe,
wow.
I'll ask you a question. But because you've been to a lot of different rock shows, and Philly is known as a great rock town. Do you find that happens with comedy shows as well? Again, obviously you're doing the shows here this weekend, and are there towns that respond a little bit better to comedy? Like Philly responds really well to rock. Do they respond just as well to a comedy show?
Oh, absolutely. Philly. I mean, this club. I'm not just saying this. This club is like one of my favorite clubs, and every comic is like that's one of the best clubs. It's just a perfect room. They do such a great job here. I mean, last night the show was amazing, and I thought it was like all fans because I did so well.
Right.
And then I went out after the meet and greet, and there was like 4 people that were fans. The rest were like, "Who are you?" So
no, that's good. They are, honestly, they do it right, and they have been doing it right. And it's a. I mean, when we first started doing the show here, there were no clubs. It was really kind of limited. But now we have venues and it's great to have this community. And then the comedians, they also encourage comedians locally. And work with them and the open mic nights and everything. So they're feeding into the comedians of the future. So
yeah, absolutely, it's great. And so come to a show for the love of Pete.
For the love of God.
Well,
love of Mike.
I mean, I will say I'm a really big fan of yours, Joe. Your last album, I Hate Myself, is really good. But when I discovered you was with your 2016 album, Are You Mad at Me? And I mean, I was like, there are some jokes on there that just have me howling. Your joke about meditation and doing your stretches and everything, I really love. And I'm just a fan of comedy, right? So, and your approach to it is way different. And you do a podcast with Mark Norman, and I'm a huge fan of his as well. And so I'm always amazed with, like there's different genres of music, there's different genres of comedy, and for some reason or another, your genre, it just speaks to me. And
what
so
is
I'm a
your
big
genre, Joe?
Funny, I guess. Jokes. No, it
the
sounds
Bronze
weird.
Age.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit old school now. Mark and Sam Morrill and myself is just a lot of jokes. And nowadays, I don't want to crap on some comics, but a lot of comics are more comfortable telling longer things and being a little more trying to say how they feel, but we're just joke. It's very joke dense. If you come to the show, it's a lot of old just sex and self-deprecating and observational stuff and stories. We're going for a lot of laughs, a lot of jokes.
Yeah,
and that's the way I try to.
And you're a little blue. I think.
Yeah, I get blue. I swear too much. Last night I was like, I am saying the F word a lot, but it's how I talk. But it's not dirty. It's a Boston thing. I think when we in between spaces we throw in some F words.
All right. Well, we're used to it in Philly, so you're good to go.
Exactly. I feel like Boston and Philly are like cousins, even though
that's
I
true.
really hate Boston.
So Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow night, 2 shows, both nights, 7:30 and 10 p.m. And you can get the tickets for Joe List at heliumcomedy.com. Dude, have a good time. It's going to be a beautiful weekend in the city.
Yeah, thanks so much. I appreciate it. I'm grateful you guys had me. It was a lot of fun.
No
Some
problem.
radio sucks. This was fun.
Thank you, man. We appreciate that. Joe List, everybody. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. When we return, we got the bait file. We're going to get you set for another run at $500 as we have the MMR money clip taking place, as you know, and another guest to get to, too.
It's been a couple years in the making, but it would... I'm really not subtle. We know what I'm talking about.
But we can't say it for legal reasons.
No, I can't. But I love Norm, and when I call him and when we talk, it's just like I'll try him for like a week, or I'll text him, and then all of a sudden I'll get a phone call. Hey, Saget, why don't you ever call me? It's like, he's always the good one to blame other people. And I'm always just a total sucker for his comedy. He's one of the smartest people I've ever known that does comedy. But I got to tell you, I've been going over. I got to tell you, I'm Bob Hope's dad. I've been going over a stand-up that I want to do. It's oddly, before the quarantine happened, before COVID, I was becoming more responsible in what I was doing. It would just seem to have more meaning. There were more stories. There was more. It wasn't politics or religion. I'm not there to do that. I'm there to entertain everybody, but yet have some actual human context of the things I grew up with. Yeah, more human, and it just started happening. So I'm a different. People are now just right before quarantine. They were going, "You're not as dirty as I want you to be." I'm like, I'll throw in another word for you. I don't know what to do. We change as we do this. You don't do just one speed, one thing. So,
well, I think
I can't wait.
Just a quick observation is that your material's always been able to stand on your. I think there used to be for years an initial shock that the Full House guy was for people who were unaware. I happen to be aware that you were great with that, but the material isn't predicated on the expletives. The material was always there. You're always a smart comic.
Thank you for knowing that, because that's the truth. I don't know. I'm out of context, and all they do is take a scene from The Aristocrats, which can't be made or shown. But you guys started my career. Not you personally, but WMMR. Yeah. I won a radio contest when I was 17 years old.
Yeah.
And WMMR gave me $500. I don't know if I've talked about it on your show before.
Have, yeah.
Well, here it is again.
Was that at Stephen Starr's Comedy Club? Or
actually, that's where I really started. But before that, it was a place called Grandma Minnie's, and you guys were teenagers, and I was. No, you were babies. I was a teenager. I was 17. I sang a song about bondage, and then people go, "How did the Full House dad get weird?" I don't know. When he was 17, he sang a song about bondage. Right. So I mean, Stephen Starr did a lot for my career. I was playing at a club at 3rd and Bainbridge that he owned.
Okay,
but I love Philly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask you about
Are you going to conduct an orchestra?
That's how we know we're
going to ask so that we don't talk over one another. And so that, but I wanted to ask you about Comedy Central Roast, because you mentioned them earlier, and they've been airing them a lot lately. And I think that they're great, but they also get cut off. In particular, there was one where Bill Hader came out as the president of Hollywood. And I don't remember if you were there at that roast.
No, I've only been to one. I've actually hosted real roasts that weren't televised, like the Jack Black roast for 2,000 people in New York. Wow. That was for the Friars. So that was for charities. The other charity is Comedy Central. But please continue. So Bill Hader got cut off?
I guess my question is, you probably prefer to do the ones in private, because the ones on Comedy Central really are just tailor-made for TV. They're chopped up. They're edited a lot. And to me, it's not really pure comedy. It's more just about...
Yeah, and mine was particularly because I had a edgy bluer stand-up, because I don't know. I did an HBO special shot at NYU with 20-year-olds, so I just became a chameleon for the audience. I should have chosen a higher ground, but that's who I was as an artist. But that was particularly foul with my friends, and Stamos hosted. It had famous Cloris Leachman kiss on it.
That was great.
May she rest in peace. And then Gilbert, who I want to sue for the rest of my life for what he said. And unfortunately, people see that, and they think if people are joking about it, it's true. That's how herd mentality works.
Yeah.
It's like, what? And I didn't say anything. I just sat there and eventually laughed. Sometimes there was actually, when I was doing it, Joel Gallen, the great Greg Giraldo, who I loved so much.
Oh, he's one of the best.
You guys loved him, right? Yep. Did you used to have him on?
We had him on the show, and he's again in that the economy of words and the execution of the concepts were just unbelievable. What a loss. So there are a few times I've been nervous when people have come into the studio, when Norm came in, Greg, because I just respected, and you, Bob, obviously, people I respect so much, and he was just great. And he really, they talk about Jeff Ross and Jeff Ross is great, but to me, pound for pound, Geraldo brought it to those roasts.
Yeah, and I think Jeff would agree, and we all agree. Greg was prolific and amazing, and he said I looked like the Vlasic pickle stork sitting there with those granny glasses and that large pointy nose. So that, of course, is something that I memorized. But the point is, he shouldn't be gone. And I talked to him like 2 weeks before he passed, and he was fine. You know, it was just a horrible thing that happened, and he caved at a bad time. Yeah. And it's very, very sad. But I called him and I said, so are we going to hang out? Because we talked about it after the roast. He said, oh, yeah. I got a girl here, Bob, I want you to talk to. And he did like a Norm Macdonald prank on me. I didn't know what was happening. And a young lady gets on the phone and she goes, hello, who is this? And I said, oh, it's Bob Saget. Greg says that you wanted to talk to me, that you're apparently a fan. Why would they be a fan? I said, well, I don't know. I was on that show Full House. I do not know that show. I do not know who you are. And then he gets back on the phone and he's laughing his head off. He was just trying to impress somebody who sounded like Natasha and Boris were at the bar. And he had no clue who anything.
That's great.
Although Full House played in Russia, so I think they liked it.
Maybe they did.
Because we were of the right demographic. That's a nice thing to say in the morning. Hi, everybody. Have a great day. But I want to come into the studio next time I'm in there when I'm playing Philly, whether I play wherever, maybe the Tower again. Is the Tower going to open up?
I don't know, man. We're hoping for everything. You know this town as well as anybody, Bob, and there's just so many great venues and the amount of people who were devastated by this, just on that level, and it's not even just the performers, it's the people behind the scenes and the sound people and all that. There's been so much stuff, and we've got to do, and we're trying to do. Everybody's sort of trying to vigorously do everything they can to get everything back up and running, because the charm of this area is that you always had so many shows and comedy venues and all that stuff, and the Tower is historical, So we hope.
I'm hoping a lot of us are doing clubs because you can't get into a lot of theaters. But I'm playing a bunch of theaters and a bunch of casinos. And I mean, the Hard Rock wanted me, Live Nation called, said we want you to be the first person to open it because we want it to be a festival that people can bring their kids to. I said, well, it's 21 and up and it's a casino. So
right.
Unless you got a 15-year-old with a mustache and a fake ID, it ain't going to happen.
Are you just going to be in and out to AC and then back, or are you going to be able to spend some time in Philly? I mean, it's still restricted.
No, I wish I could. Yeah. I've got to come back because I'm doing a show on a rooftop in San Francisco on 420 with a bunch of stoners.
Nice.
With Jeff Ross and a bunch of really, really funny people and proteges and friends of Dave Chappelle. So I'm doing that. And then I go back to Irvine, California. They're opening the Irvine Improv. But again, it's like a 500-seat venue. It's going to be 190 capacity. So but it's not a drive-in. It's not a drive-in.
It's not a drive-in. And 25% becomes 50%, becomes 75%, and we get back to it. And so
it happens. Getting out there, man. I can't. It's hard to explain. I know Bill must have been excited. We have the same publicist, and Bill is over the moon. Going back, did he exude that, or was he exhausted from the press?
We've had longer with you than we had with him. He had to get to quickly.
He was like, I gotta go. There's another guy I gotta call Detroit, and I'm really angry about this guy. I don't know who he is, but I don't like him. I don't think he talks like Joe Pesci.
It was a good.
He's literally. Please go ahead. Sorry.
No. Yeah, that was spot on. But in fact, that's kind of the way he talked. But he's great. He's always been very, and with you again. Let's people be reminded that you were been a participant in the Camp Out for Hunger, and you've been generous with your time and just donations and stuff like that. So
whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I try to do everything I can to help as many people.
You've been phenomenal. Yes. We appreciate
I have been, and I will continue to be, even though Bill thinks I don't have long to live.
Apparently,
he has the best drive-in story because he said he did a drive-in, and instead of heckling, the lady drove off. He just drove off.
Who was talking about that? I think Jim Gaffigan or somebody was talking about it. That just the quiet hum of an engine as the car just leaves.
It's worse than someone walking out.
It's worse than someone walking out. Yeah.
Nice. You guys are lucky because you get to talk. Besides being as popular as you are, come on, let's face it, you are, and you look really good too. You're both incredibly handsome, and you get unusually groomed for early in the morning. I have to admit, and you know that I slept in these clothes, and I look very groomed. But you get to talk to so many people when I see your lineup because following you guys, it's like wow, it's all my friends. You know? You have Tom Pop on. You have people that are just wonderful.
Well, you are doing likewise. Your podcast, which I enjoy as well. Is that a nice rest, diversion for you as well? Because you're a good interviewer yourself.
I've gotten to be better, but thank you. I'm not you guys, but I'm on my 89th show. But Monday is Ben Folds, and this week I had Candace Cameron Bure, my TV daughter DJ.
From Full House. Gotta tell you, I adore her, and I have fallen in with the veracity of a crack addict to the Hallmark Christmas movies that she does, and
she's
the Hallmark
the Queen of Christmas.
Yes, she's awesome. She's so good.
Well, it's interesting because you do a podcast these days, and because there's not that many outlets, there's the late night shows that they run the clips, there's SNL clips. Otherwise, if you want humor, you go to a podcast or sensational news. So E! News picked up yesterday a story about Candace being on my podcast, just talking about people make fun of her for being so perky. That was a news story. That's where we're at.
Perkiness.
Perky.
This just
people are cynicism comes, and the pain that people are having comes out of what we've been living through, which is being locked up.
Yeah.
But it's a problem when the younger people, and I feel like I am one of them.
Yeah.
People go, well, you're an old man and we're Gen Z. And I'm like, no, you guys don't get it. My stand-up isn't as blue as it is. It's like a 12-year-old or 10-year-old learning bad words.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it is. I mean, the word wiener comes out. Just the word, by the way.
Okay.
Right. But you that's the interesting part is you can make with a podcast, I'm able to have that outlet this year, and I've had such wonderful guests. I've had Tiffany Haddish to Jake Tapper to Bill Burr to Jason Sudeikis to Whoopi. It's just been able, and then dear friends that I sparred with like Gilbert and Lovitz, and and I'm just going to keep doing it forever. I mean, I have no reason not to. It's once a week, and I love it.
Well, there's been, and we've talked about this. There's been again, and I must have said this 100 times over the past year, that there's going to be some things that are going to actually, that we found, hey, this is a way we can do this. The way we're doing this right now with you, Bob, on the Zoom setup is something that it was in the works, but we were forced to accelerate it. And so here we are doing that. So there are going to be some bright spots. And I think the fact that it accelerated you doing something that you're enjoying is a glass half full aspect to something that's been so profoundly unpleasant.
Exactly. This would be a dial. I'd be calling you on the phone. And now you get good quality audio. I'm on a podcast mic, and I'm able to I did Kevin Hart's new podcast that'll be on next month. And it becomes like you're in studio talking with your friend.
Right.
And as you know, that's what broadcasting is. You're just being yourself and talking with your friend or a person that you feel like, oh, I'm a person too.
That's right.
What I was getting at is the cynicism is what's ripping us apart. It's, it's where people, no matter what you say, people, if John Lennon said all you need is love, they would go, oh yeah, right. Canceled.
Right. It's
cancel him. Love. I don't have love. Canceled. But
I think your angle, your take on it is exactly right. And we with Bob Saget's in the world and the planned Dirty Work sequel.
I never mentioned that. I never said a word. Saget, why are you talking about it? The ink's not even dry. Shut up. My bad Norm impression.
Well, up next is this weekend at the Hard Rock at the Edis Arena, Saturday. There's 2 shows, 7 and 10 p.m., and you can get the tickets at bobsaget.com, and we'll post information, make it very easy for you to do that. Bob, it is always wonderful to have you on, man.
You guys are so great, and I will want to be in studio again. When I come home to Philly, I want to hang out with you guys for about 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, we can do that. I was going to say all morning, but
3 or 4 days.
3 or 4 days works. We can make that happen.
Look at how groomed you are. You're going to smell good. I'm fine with it. The worst is when you show up, and you're in some New York Sirius radio station, and wow, I shouldn't have said that.
No,
but everybody's got BO because they're a morning shock radio, and they're not. You guys are clean.
We're clean. Only one of us is BO.
Well, I'll have to guess. I'll know when I get there.
She is normally clean otherwise.
We love you, Bob.
Love you too.
Thanks, man. We got to go. Bob Saget, the one and only. God, I love that guy.
You could talk to him for hours.
He's one of the most naturally funny guys that I've ever met. He's just the best.
His stand-up is so freaking funny.
Yep, it's sharp. YouGov polled, I want to get a couple of shout-outs in before the weekend arrives, and I got this one the other day. It is from Pat Langton, who, by the way, sent a bonus photo of, he used a pressure washer and sprayed P&S on it looks like the siding of a house. I don't know if it stayed that way, but he took a picture of it and sent it to us. He said, hey, I wanted to get a shout-out to my sister Natalie and her future husband, Matt, for their wedding next month. Nat had me listening to you guys at a younger age than I probably should have been. And Matt is such a cool guy, treats her well, and can't wait for him to join our family, he says. Thanks, and you guys work and have a nice flight. So that's from Pat Langdon. Here's a shout-out. Another wedding shout-out. This says, hey, guys, I was hoping I could get the shartiest of sharts from my fiance, Boomer.
Boomer?
We're getting married this coming Friday, October 1st in Villanova. And I wake up well before him, and just like my coffee, I need Preston and Steve. After 4 years, he finally wrote in to try and give me a shout-out for my birthday one year. It was never read. But no worries. We know you get a lot of these requests. But here I am trying to return the favor, or close to, our wedding date, on or close to our wedding date, giving my man the shartiest of sharts, as one of my wedding gifts would be amazeballs, and definitely one to remember and laugh back on. He truly is my best friend and absolute love of my life. I'll still love you guys regardless if this gets on the air or not. Your loyal listener, and that is from Valerie Gados. So here is a shart to Boomer, and sorry, Boom, that I didn't get to your shart out all that time ago.
Listen, again, you can only handle so many.
And some fall through the cracks, so I apologize. And then here is a butt plug. It says, hey, my name is Beth. I'm an owner of Barking Mad Grooming, located in Bridgeport, Pennsylvania. My father and I have been longtime listeners, frequent donors of your blood drives. I own a small business, and Hurricane Ida did its damage. Our entire business was underwater. We lost almost everything, and we have to relocate, which anywhere we go almost certainly will need to be retrofitted to accommodate our type of service and replace so much equipment. So they are having an event, a fundraising event, October 23rd at the VFW Post, which is in Conshohocken. So it's VFW Post 1074. And additional proceeds received from our GoFundMe at our event will go back into our community to help them rebuild as well. So I just wanted to mention that, and places and events like this can be found on the community page of WMMR.com. So, it's going to be on October 23rd at VFW Post 1074. So just wanted to
Very
mention
nice.
that as
Yes.
a little butt plug, if you would, please. All right. So with that out the way, let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by The Big Bang Theory. Young Sheldon joins Big Bang Theory on PHL 17, weeknights at 7 and 9:30, starting Monday. Family night every night is on PHL 17. All right, I'm gonna lead with this story. Kathy was in the office the other day when I said I have no idea how I am going to convey this story on the air, but I'll do what I can.
Listen, we had gorillas giving each other oral earlier. We can handle anything.
Well, watch this.
Okay, so
all right.
I'll do my best to paraphrase. A 33-year-old man sought medical attention after 5 days of pain in his testicles.
Oh, boy.
This turned out to be the latest in a long line of problems in that general area. For the last 2 years, he had been passing gas in his urine. He had been urinating fecal matter.
Oh, my God.
And he had been passing a substantial amount of urine and seminal fluid from his butt.
So he had been crapping splooge.
Yeah. So, by the way, the gas out of your urine tract is called pneumaturia, and urinating fecal matter is fecaluria. The other one, they don't even have a name for.
They don't even have it.
It's so rare.
We don't know. They just threw their hands up. We're out.
All in all, liquids, solids, and gases were not going out of the passage they traditionally emerge from.
Was he crying semen?
Long before the pain in his testicles prompted him to finally seek treatment.
Jeez.
So, the team who published their case study in the journal Sirius found the patient had to have a swollen testicle. Labs showed signs of a urinary tract infection, while a rectal exam showed signs of a problem on his rectal wall. A CT scan produced a much bigger look at the problem. The scan showed a gas-filled structure. Further tests confirmed the presence of a fistula, which is an abnormal passageway between the urethra and rectum through which the various fluids and solids have been passing. As well as repairing the fistula through surgery, the team looked for possible causes of the problem, but ruled out things such as tuberculosis, inflammatory bowel disease, rectal trauma, or penetration.
So basically, he had a biological
anomaly,
an intersection where everything was getting through.
Yeah, it was, and they don't know
how it happened.
Yeah.
Huh.
Upon further investigation, they found that 2 years prior, although this did happen around the onset of the symptoms, he had been in a 3-week coma following cocaine and PCP intoxication. During his hospital stay, he was fitted with what's called a Foley catheter, during which the injury was likely caused. So they're guessing it was probably that. So the patient recovered with only mildly reduced antegrade seminal issues.
So did he have
volume over several months?
Did he have to put a condom in his ass?
Yes, he would have to. But I've never heard of anything like that before.
That's we've heard like light versions of that, but that is...
He had all the wrong stuff going out of the wrong areas.
Right.
Which is just
It's like
wild.
setting up a Matchbox track.
Yeah. All right, moving on to another story. A Knoxville woman is in custody after abandoning a burning vehicle, damaging a guardrail, stripping to only a mask, tail, and underwear. That's right, I said a tail, and assaulting officers. Officers were dispatched to a reported wreck. They found an abandoned Pontiac Grand Prix at the intersection. And it was actually still in motion when they got there. The car moved off the road and hit a guardrail, and a witness had to put out a fire located on the car's door. Officers ran the registration for the vehicle. They found that it belonged to a woman named Marissa Ferrante. Later, officers were dispatched to a reported naked woman wearing a mask, ringing doorbells.
I got bronchitis.
Officers reportedly then located a woman walking down the road wearing only a mask, underwear, and a tail, stopping traffic at the intersection. Officers tried to approach the woman, identified as Ferrante, but she ran on foot from officers jumping a fence at a nearby house.
Hi, I'm running for state senate.
They followed Ferrante, who then pretended to be defecating near a dog enclosure while talking to the dog in the enclosure.
Well, that's how you break the ice.
Come around here often?
Yeah.
Ferrante then began eating grass from the lawn. Officers managed to arrest her while she attempted to kick and punch and bite them.
Look, I know this is against protocol, but would you like to go out for a drink?
While in custody, Ferrante reportedly told officers that she was, quote, called to abandon her car and go into the woods naked. Other than that, I don't have any other details.
Typical
of the arrest
night.
her. Just a night out.
They're back in bed and asleep before midnight.
Yeah. All right, here's an interesting one. One last story. A headstone missing for nearly 150 years was recently discovered in a home where it had been used to make fudge.
They were using a tombstone to make fudge?
When the matriarch of a family was moved to a nursing home, an auctioneer was hired to clean out her residence. Brad Stoker of Epic Auctions was puzzled when he turned around a granite slab to discover that it was a headstone. Friends of Lansing's Historic Cemetery's president, Loretta Stanway, said that no one in the family knew how or when they came to be in possession of it. The homeowners just said, we used the backside of it to make fudge.
So was Is this like a Cold Stone sort of
I don't know.
thing?
I don't know if you make fudge on a
tombstone?
slab or not.
Can you use cadavers in fudge?
She said we had no way to find out whether the family knew it was a legitimate monument or if they just thought it was a throwaway or something. The friends were alerted to the headstone by a former resident, Walter Anderson, who saw it in the auction. Stoker then donated it. The over 5-foot-tall white granite monument, it's a big one, man.
Yeah.
Belongs to the grave of Peter J. Weller. Weller settled in the Lansing area in 1845.
He was the first one to struck a fudge well.
And opened a combo restaurant grocery store. He died in 1849, was buried in the city's Oaks Park Cemetery. In 1875, his grave was moved to another one, and it is assumed that his headstone was lost in the transition. Where it was for most of the past 146 years is a mystery. The friends hired a genealogist and determined there were no living relatives that could be located. So next they hired cemetery preservationist to install the monument at Weller's grave site so it made it back to him.
That
Isn't
is
that wild?
massively effed up.
Yep.
Not as effed up as crapping semen, but it's in the ballpark.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file. It's 10:01.
93.3 WMMR. It's time for an MMR Money Clip.
You're listening to the Alice Cooper of Mummery, Jackie Bam Bam.
Now, here's your Money Clip keyword.
All right, got a great word for you. It's radio.
Radio.
Yeah, RADIO. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. There are 3 ways to do it. You can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or if you'd like to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, we'll enter it at MMR, in the MMR app or at WMMR.com. One random entry wins $500 in this company-wide contest, and that person will get a call from our company, Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services. So the word again for this hour is radio. Good luck to you. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Another guest and trash and music news and all that stuff is coming up when we return.
Preston and Steve.
Adults who said that they intend to watch the Super Bowl revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Right. Okay.
All right. So pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go
and pizza.
Yeah, no, really, I would go pizza last. I would probably normally I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Mm-hmm. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now, okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of. I count that as chips and dip.
Okay.
I mean, it's not technically
Like a
dip.
crap.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah.
This is the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like
I think,
bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. You know, it's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Yeah, very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast.
absolutely.
It's good.
Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. You know, so
Stays darker later?
I mean, stays lighter Later.
Longer, yeah.
It says
I got
later,
you.
darker.
Yes.
Oh my God.
No, because I
Yeah.
noticed that yesterday too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It
gets-
stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark.
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's
I
going to
didn't.
be a Lifetime movie. Judd
What's
Nelson's
going-
playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got a laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here.
Yeah.
And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
Yeah, I've had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink it.
Don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's remarkable though. Like little things can set your day in the right direction
my
or in
God.
the completely wrong direction, and that one set. I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever, but like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. So you've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur. Like,
Okay.
we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
Yeah, there's a great video that Mark
Yeah.
posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, "Hold on, that means Darth Vader's my grandfather."
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget like actors really know what they're talking about. Like he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, "Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be."
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, "What's up?" And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, "Hey, I thought we could do that." And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
yeah. Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes. And still a handful of minutes left for you to enter for the $500. The word is radio, by the way, until 15 after the hour. So get on that if you want to win in the MMR money clips this morning. We're gonna do our regular segments, and we have a guest we're gonna welcome into the studio. But we're gonna give away for the lesson question today a digital download of The Shawshank Redemption. The question that I think we have to go with this morning is, let's try. Gene Simmons loves it when chicks talk about what? 215-263-WMMR. Pretty easy one. Let's see if you know that. Gene Simmons love it when chicks talk about what? 215-263-WMMR. Let us do the trash while you call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Revivalist Spirits, voted USA Today's top craft gin distillery. Offers online ordering, and delivery of gin, vodka, bourbon, and pre-made cocktails to all Pennsylvania residents. Use the promo code Preston if you want to get 10% off your purchase. RevivalistSpirits.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Dancing with the Stars contestant Brian Austin Green receiving some surprise support from ex-Vanessa Marcel, who has criticized him in the past, saying he abandoned her. Marcel has wished Green well on the show, saying that if he can dance anywhere near as well as he danced out of her life, then she hopes he dies.
Hey!
That doesn't sound like support.
No.
During closing arguments in the R. Kelly trial, Kelly's defense attorney, get this, made an insane leap comparing the singer to Martin Luther King Jr. Attorney Deborah O'Kennick told the incredulous jury that Kelly is basically a modern-day Dr. King if you take away the kidnapping, the drugging, and peeing on underage girls.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And finally, Kylie Jenner asked by Vogue if she's picked out a name for her baby, the future sibling of Stormy. The 24-year-old entrepreneur immediately responded saying that she's really liking Doodle Peen.
Oh, wow. That's her Doodle Peen. All right, let's see if somebody knows the answer to this question. Gene Simmons loves it when chicks talk about what? 215-263-WMMR, the number, and it's Cody that we go to. Hello there, Cody.
What's up?
Yo, bud. All right, what does Gene Simmons love it when chicks talk about?
Chicken.
Chickens. You got it. Hang on, Cody. For the correct answer, digital download of The Shawshank Redemption. You can relive extraordinary performances by Morgan Freeman and Tim Robbins and experience the iconic film about the triumph of the human spirit again. It's available now for the first time on 4K Ultra HD.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Frolics Farm Fall Festival. Families know it's not fall without a trip to Frolics Farm Fall Festival.
Frolics Farm Fall Festival?
Kicking off, yeah, it's fabulous.
Yeah.
Kicking off Saturday, October 2nd with special appearance from Nick McElwain. Fun for the entire family. FrolicsFarm.com for information. Let's begin with the band Volbeat. They will release their 8th studio album, Servant of the Mind, on December 3rd. The new album will be available in standard CD, deluxe 2LP vinyl, and deluxe digital edition. Band member Michael Poulsen said, I wrote the whole album in 3 months. I was in a good place and mood while at home and had a captive audience of myself. There are a lot of Volbeat signatures in it. If you go back to the first record and compare it to where we are now, you can hear how the band has developed in style while keeping the signature sound. Volbeat has also released a new single called Shotgun Blues, which Poulsen wrote about the paranormal events that he recently experienced after moving to a new home. I think there's a Wilson Pickett song called Shotgun Blues.
Are both about ghosts?
I don't think so. He said, every time you move into a house, you bring dead people with you.
Yes.
Weird stuff happens when I move into a new house. It's very otherworldly, he said.
Many moving companies will not transport corpses. And,
right.
You find that out if you
They're
move
just
around
there.
a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyhow, that's what he says. Radiohead has released the new video for the latest single called If You Say the Word. The song is featured on Radiohead's upcoming Kid Amnesia reissue package. which is set for release on November 5th. Kid Amnesia collects Radiohead's fourth and fifth albums alongside the debut of a newly compiled third disc, the Kid Amnesia, titled Kid Amnesiae. Okay, so they're playing off of this. The latter project is made up of unearthed material from the Kid A/Amnesiac sessions.
I just bought the Kid A area.
As well as previously unreleased recording of Follow Me Around. Radiohead and Epic Games, by the way, recently announced a Kid Amnesia exhibition.
That's a mouthful.
Via Sony's PlayStation Showcase. So, yeah, Amnesia is spelled Mnesia. That's why I'm saying it like that.
Yeah.
It's Kid Amnesia. There you go. Kiss manager Doc McGee revealed that the upcoming Kiss biopic, Shout It Out Loud, is gaining steam. He updated fans by explaining, we have a script that's completely done. The script is about the first 4 years of Kiss. Basically, it's before they were famous. And I think it's a very interesting look at the formation of Kiss, the mindset of how that came about, the social pressure that everybody was under in the 60s and 70s that brought something like Kiss to the forefront. So
I think that's a cool idea.
It could actually happen.
Yeah.
He wanted to say it's very interesting. And I think it's a well-written movie, and our partner right now is Netflix.
And I think Hugh Jackman as Gene Simmons is perfect casting.
He said it'll be a theatrical release, then Netflix, and I believe before Thanksgiving we'll be into casting, he said. And one last thing, I got this from our friend Ike Richmond. He said that Steely Dan will release Northeast Corridor, live album featuring songs recorded at the Met here in Philadelphia, and it comes out today. The songs Hey 19 and Glamour Profession, both originally featured on Steely Dan's Gaucho, were recorded at the Met, Philadelphia, November 8th of 2019. And this marks the first official commercially available recordings from the Met, Philadelphia, since the Philadelphia Orchestra recorded Also Sprach Zarathustra.
Right, you know that is the 2001 theme.
At the Met, Philadelphia on November 24th, 1979. So that's how long it's been.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And Steely Dan gets that honor.
Yes.
I love Steely Dan.
All right, and there you go. That is your music news. And do we have any music?
Yeah.
How about 2001?
Ooh, we could do that.
But
No,
actually,
we're
there's
not
more
doing that.
suitable music.
Yeah, please, because I want to welcome our next guest with a musical
that means something.
Accompaniment that notes this milestone that is taking place this weekend. So hit it, Case, if you will, please. Ladies and gentlemen.
show was coming out. I never had any idea it was going to amount to being on your show.
Dude,
It's
it's
nice.
it's a huge deal. So let's do the math. 1,000 shows.
Yep.
Not one repeat.
Never a repeat. No best of Breakfast with the Beatles around here, bro.
You've you never had a Sunday off, but you've never not produced a Sunday show in how long? How many years?
First off, they haven't all aired.
They
But I have
haven't-
produced. No, we had a few tactical snafus back in the day where repeats ran and stuff. But I did produce every single show that I do since April 2002.
That's amazing.
And my second day on the job was when I met Paul McCartney for the first time.
Oh, my God.
Really?
Which was insane. And that was one of the things that got me here. I was up in New York working on Stern and ready to get out. And
Right.
They said, well, what will it take to get you? We got an interview with Paul coming up. When do I start?
Right.
2 weeks. I'm here. And it was
Oh.
my second day. And I was, you can imagine, it was like I was watching somebody else interview him. I left my body when I was standing there.
Oh yeah, I had the same fortune as you did. I had a sit down interview with Paul, and what a gentleman! What a just a
He is.
sweetheart.
He knows that you're paralyzed with
terrified.
fear to meet him, and he goes to great lengths to break the ice. It's insane.
Agreed.
Andre, did he bring up an interview that he had with a young DJ named Kenny Knight? I'm sure he did.
Not at the time.
Okay, all right. I'm sure that lives large. in
World
his-
famous, though.
to tell the quick story, because Andre says he would do things to break the ice.
does.
I did not know I was going to be interviewing him. I just thought I was going to meet him, which was enough for me.
Yeah.
And his manager comes in and he goes, "Okay, who's here from WKBQ?" And I'm like, I didn't even, because our station was called Q104. I heard WKBQ just kind of went and left, and I just sat there and I'm like, "Oh my God, that's me." I'm like, me? And he goes, "All right, you have 10 minutes with Paul." I'm like, 10 minutes for what? He goes, "For the interview." And I'm like, oh my God. So I had to do it over a telephone because we had no broadcast equipment. We had no recording equipment. We didn't know we were going to be doing an interview. So I literally used the phone in his dressing room, old, standard landline, and I was passing it back and forth to him as we were live on the air. And I told him ahead of time, I go, Paul, I have to apologize. This is really rudimentary. I'm going to have to do this over the phone. And he looks at me and goes, well, I'm sorry, but I just can't accept your apology.
Busted your chops.
Totally.
Right?
And then he goes, hey. And then he kind of lightly punched me in the arm.
Can you believe that?
He was just a sweetheart.
If there was anyone on the planet that I would forgive for being a total a-hole to me, I would have forgiven him if he was a jerk. Because he's Paul McCartney, but he's a nice guy.
So I want to put this into perspective. Yes. So you said 2002. That's just shy of 20 years.
It is.
Of doing Breakfast with the Beatles. I was talking to my friends Ben and Dave about this. We're like, when's the 1000th show? And we figured out it was September 26th. And it's this Sunday. And we're going to have a lot of fun. I'm going to play a lot of the interviews I've done over the years. And, of course, Ringo's going to be checking in the 8 o'clock hour. I cannot believe it. I'm shocked. The serendipity of this coming together is insane.
Well, it's such a staple. It's such an important thing for a lot of people to be a part of this, And so, listen, believe it or not, there's some people who don't like the Beatles.
Of course,
get it. But for those who do, you're the we revere you as the Beatles expert, and your length and breadth of stuff that you've collected over the years is voluminous. Is there anything you're going to debut that is new, or maybe like a holy grail thing for this particular broadcast?
It's a good question.
Yeah,
I have debated that because I will confess that there are things in my collection that are not bootlegged, they're not available anywhere, that I could play.
All right.
I may be in jail on Tuesday after I play that, but it might be worth it for the 1000th show. Go out swinging.
Yeah.
I want to ask you this because I'm a diehard fan.
You are, man. You got your Ringo shirt on?
I do. I got my Beatles mask, which I wear every day.
So nice.
But I would never profess to have as knowledge as extensive as yours is. But let me ask you this. Yeah. To this day, do you from time to time still find out things you didn't know about that band and what they did?
Every single day. And that's why when someone calls me an expert, I appreciate it, but I am far from an expert. I am a Beatles lover. And there's nothing more exciting to me after 50 plus years than to learn something new. Just last week, was Sheila Bromberg, who was the only woman to ever play as an outside musician on a Beatles recording. She did that beautiful harp on She's Leaving Home. Yes. Passed away at 92. Wonderful life. Played a snippet on the show. You know the song Boogie Nights by Heatwave?
Yeah.
It starts off that. That's her.
Oh, really?
I never realized that until last week. And it's that kind of stuff that literally I get chills and continue to every single week that fuels me to play this music and this band that I love so much. It's been in my DNA since I was dancing around the kitchen in Albany at 3 years old. And the fact that I got a radio show is insane. And the fact that it's 1,000 is even crazier. I'm getting worked up now.
I love it.
Sorry.
As well you should.
Andre, I think it's remarkable that a band that basically lasted less than a decade, you can still find material, you can still mine from that what they were able to cultivate. And what the other thing that always amazes me about the Beatles is their evolution in a very short amount of time. I mean, they were a pop band really when they first debuted, and then they became something very different by the time the band ended. So, do you have a favorite era? Is there something that speaks to you more than others, or is it just you take the entity and appreciate it for what it is?
Well, here's the thing, Nick, and you touch on a really good point. It's like, think about it. You remember 4 years ago. That wasn't very long, right?
Yeah.
4 years between She Loves You and Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. What other band did that in 4 years? Now, I love all their music, but the music that really touches me is the White Album. To me, that's the greatest album ever made, bar none. It was their most separately recorded one, ironically enough, but that album speaks to me musically, recording-wise. It got me into the sound of recordings. I'm just living a dream, man, every single stinking day. I have one funny McCartney story. It's a little long if you have time.
Yeah, please.
All right, I got to interview him 3 times, which is a blessing. The second time was in Atlantic City when he was down at Convention Hall. And Rodney had it all set up with a phone. It was going to be a phone interview right outside of the venue. So 5:30, you're going to get the call. 5:30 comes, nothing. 5:45, I'm like, I guess it's not happening. It happens, right? Yeah. All of a sudden, Jeff Baker, his publicist, and Paul Freundlich, his manager, come out and go like this, pointing to me like, you want to come inside.
Wow.
And at that same moment as you, it's like, boom, 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 boom. Yeah. You mean in person? What?
Yeah.
About an hour before, I was doing my show live, and these wonderful young people came up to me and said, we really like you, and we just want to give you something to appreciate your show. So they handed me a joint. Well, okay, so I put it in my pocket, right? So so they're walking me back this myriad of security and maze backstage, and I hear Paul's sound check going on in the background. I'm sitting in this private dressing room on this L-shaped couch, and then the The thing ends. Paul comes walking in. His manager says to us, "You guys want something to drink or anything?" Paul's like, "Yeah, can you get us a couple of waters? I'm a little dry." He walks out. There I am alone with Paul McCartney.
Oh, yeah.
And now the question. Do I whip this joint out? Right?
Yeah. And Paul is.
I thought about it for 3 seconds and then wisely decided against it because I would have been thrown out immediately.
Sure. Or maybe not.
But I thought about it. I would have had a hell of a story.
You know what? When it's funny that you say that you ended up in the room with him alone as well. I did too. And I'm like, oh.
Right. And he breaks the ice.
Yes.
He broke the ice with me. He goes, "Oh, what are you still up in Philly? What are you doing down here in Atlantic City?" I'm going, "Paul McCartney's trying to make conversation with me. I can't believe this is happening."
I know.
So you had the joint. Preston had a Kia Coke with him. So
Right,
it was,
right.
it was
I'll bet he didn't take that because
crazy.
he only briefly dabbled in Coke.
I got to meet Linda too. She was amazing. What about Ringo and your relationship? I'm sure you've encountered him before, right?
I have in person. We had a whirlwind interview a couple of years ago down in AC. He was doing like an art show arm of his concert down there. So they invited a few guests in, and I got an interview with the guy. And about 60 seconds afterwards, he goes, "Okay, I'm done." He gets up and he walks away, and that's fine.
Okay.
But I brought my daughter with me that day, and he just focused on her. He goes, "Hey, do you want something over here? Oh, you having a good time?" It's like he zeroed in. He was so nice to her, and that struck me and will live with me forever. He was so nice to her.
1,000 shows. How do you keep that radio program fresh doing it for that long, that many shows?
Look at what they've done. Look at the output, not just the 215 plus songs that they've recorded, but the songs they've played on, all the solo materials, bands that are influenced them, bands that record things that sound like them. I'll play the Raspberries on my show because let's face it, they're doing the Beatles. I think Paranoid Android has a little Beatles in it, if you ask me.
Okay. How about, did you watch the, it's a stupid question, but the Paul McCartney 3-2-1 with Rick Rubin?
I did. 30 seconds in, I was bawling uncontrollably. And that's what the Beatles do to me. I'm telling you, I'm barely holding it together now talking about it.
You
It's so
have
emotional
to
for me.
appreciate, because I loved the Beatles, the music. My brother was of the time when he came home with a fresh copy of Meet the Beatles and played it on a Decca record player. And so I got his Beatles boots when he passed on from out of the Beatles fandom.
Right.
But to me, they also had the extra added benefit of they were great on screen in comedies with A Hard Day's Night and Help with Richard Lester and all of that. Their capability to be like Marx Brothers-ish, that has to blow you away as well, that they were that versatile.
Incredible. Yeah. Every one of them so creative, clever, right off. I mean, think about what happened in New York, right? They arrive in New York. They've got an army of press people ready to chop their heads off. And what do? Within 30 seconds, they start busting their chops.
Charmed them
and it was
immediately.
unbelievable. Exactly right. They totally had him down. And that is why, as great as Pete Best was, it would not have worked with him.
Agreed.
It just musically, professionally, personality-wise, it just didn't click. He would not have been able to stand there and make those witty comments like Ringo does.
Well, the drumming special that's on Netflix, Preston,
Count Me In.
Count Me In. There's a big love fest for Ringo and what Ringo brought to the.
What's that special?
It's on Netflix, and it's mainly about drummers and their impact on
course, you love
music. Yeah, it's great. And Ringo gets his due, which some people cast him aside as far as his contribution to the band goes. I mean, clearly, the juggernauts were Paul and John with writing those songs, but the arrangement, the accompaniment with what Ringo provided is exactly what it needed. It didn't need more or less than that, and he gave them, and that's a reason why the songs are as great as they are. It is a reason.
I'm so tired of people dumping on Ringo. If you listen to outtakes, session tapes, that guy never made a mistake.
No,
in the studio during recording.
Some people feel that you need to be a complex drummer to be a great drummer. Ringo's a musical drummer. He adds the tones, he adds what needs to be there for that. You can't overplay on a John and Paul record. You just can't do it because musically and melodically it says what it needs to say. And Ringo added that rhythm and those little accompaniments. That
your 12-minute drum solo in Yellow Submarine.
Well, that's right. When they first met him and they were asking him to join the band, and they were kind of testing him. They go, "What do you think about drum solos?" He goes, "I hate them. I don't do them." And they're like, "You're in, buddy. We love you."
So this is probably a silly question. Have you been back to the motherland? Have you been to Liverpool and...
I have. I've been to Liverpool. I've walked across Abbey Road. I actually recorded in Abbey Road Studios for my 40th birthday. My wife bought that for me as a present, the greatest birthday present of all time. She hands me a folder. It says Abbey Road. I'm like, "What's this?" I was like, "Tour?" I open it up. It says, "You're booked to go to Abbey Road on March 24th, 2001 for the day. Do whatever you want." So I flew over there. and it smelled musty because it's in a basement, and you walk down, and I kissed the floor, and we made some stupid, silly song and at the time of our lives. It was incredible. Went to Liverpool, did Penny Lane, Strawberry Fields, the whole thing. I'm sure you did too, Preston.
I have not done Liverpool. I have done Abbey Road, but not been in the studios, but I've done the walk and all that
You
stuff.
got to go because people are so deprecating. Everybody's got a Beatles story they want to share with you. It's just so wonderful.
It's
of course,
on
the
the
beer
list.
is always nice and cold.
Right.
The James Corden, when he got to spend some time with Paul McCartney and they did the the karaoke, and when James was brought to tears just by telling a story about the Beatles. And I think that was a really universal feeling for people who love it because it's generational, his father, his grandfather, and clearly your passion is evident, but it really, there's this deep emotional connection to the band for so many people.
It is, and it's the songs, it's the people, it's just how they affected our lives that make them part of my DNA, part of my makeup.
And how excited are you for the Let It Be, Peter Jackson?
Oh, let me tell you, Preston, I can't wait to get my hands on that. I mean, I have every single minute of the sessions on bootleg, of course, that I've loved and listened to over the years. But we're going to get mixed, properly done songs. And if I'm lucky, like I was with Abbey Road, Sgt. Pepper and the White Album, I'll get it before anybody else in the world and premiere it on my show.
Well, if we need
without a cease and desist.
If we need to bail you out on Tuesday, we will.
Please do. I'll be checking in.
All right, so it's the 1,000th Breakfast with the Beatles, a huge milestone.
You're so sweet to have me on, Preston. Thank you so
We
much,
love
you guys.
you, man.
Steve, I love you guys. And of course, what you've done for this town is just incredible. I'm so proud of what you do. I remember when they first said, I hope we're going to work out okay on MMR. I think you've worked out pretty well on MMR. Thank you.
Andre Gardner, guys. Breakfast with the Beatles, and that is coming up on
Scream
Sunday.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is it the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly. People never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity once it's done. When people ask about it, you can just say, "Watch the movie," because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't it?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow up to it, Bert.
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy Cale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He's like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Cale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine. And it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guy's...
And then you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos, I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad. And then, and then I went on the news and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh, and we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we spoken? More believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he said, he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston. and I really fell for it. And it was a funny story, a funny lie. And then I said, we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? He goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
You're going to need protection.
I'm laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us, and we laughed probably for 10 minutes. Literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready to, I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail, and Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs, and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston.
Wow.
And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Right, yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there, can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you, and you will fall in love with this dude the second he says the machine. Okay. That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl. I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in Bobby. He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah,
that guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you? Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He's like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife. We're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th? The 16th Chapel.
Holy That's fantastic. Giggle so hard. We did a podcast with Stan Hope, and all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years, and I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine, and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, "Hey, you interested?" And I was just like, "I'll pass." What? And my daughters lost it. They're like, "Why? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really, not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went. I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like, it runs in the family.
Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him. And here he is square in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now,
Oh, yeah, wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter. I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got, because we wanted to play this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter. And he's like, no, I'm not doing it. No, I don't want to do it. He's like, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was going to shoot us. Yeah.
But still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine.
Yeah.
So how long will the shoot be taking place for The Machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID.
Yeah.
I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Did she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing.
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go,
Coach.
Take the Lufa, honey.
She'll be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been
see his show
on a career high.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Maybe.
No.
Not quite like that.
So he'll be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow, 7:30 and 10 p.m. shows. You can go to heliumcomedy.com to get your tickets. Thank you to Matt Ritter, by the way, from Subaru of America for coming on, mentioning the Camp Out for Hunger Business Challenge. If you need information to get your company involved in the Camp Out for Hunger this year, which is early this year, by the way, starting November 1st is when it will be. You can print up some posters. You can get a list of Phil Abundance's most needed items, and more importantly, watch the video to show how to have your company get the most out of its contribution through Phil Abundance.
Very generous. By the way, did you notice that Matt Ritter in that Zoom conference, he had shorter hair. He looked like Matt Ritter Jr.
It was I almost said something about it, but since it's radio, I didn't really feel like bringing it up. But yeah, he was very tight on the sides. I thought it looked good.
Yeah, but he looks like he's 11 now.
He didn't trim his knuckles, though.
He didn't know.
They stayed the same.
Still
he did
braided.
hold his hands up at some point. Did you see that?
Do you remember when the movie 10 came out? He cornrowed his hair knuckles?
It was the trendy thing to do, and I guess he did. So anyhow, you can go to WMMR.com and get the information on the Camp Out for Hunger. And thank you to Andre Gardner from our sister station WMGK. He has his 1,000th breakfast with the Beatles show on Sunday. And Ringo Starr is calling in, and Andre's just a sweetheart. He's
very nice.
He's the greatest, so it was nice to have him on. Speaking of sweethearts, the one and only Pierre Robert is here.
Aw.
How you doing, honey?
Very good, honey bunny.
Excellent. You took it to another level with Honey Bunny.
Munchkins.
Snoopy. What shirt are you wearing? Is it Lillipie's?
I don't know.
Okay,
It was
bakery.
It was an on-the-run emergency shirt.
It's in Princeton. That's why it stood out to me. It says
I don't know where I
Lily
got it.
Pies. Lily Pies Bakery in Princeton, New Jersey.
It's a beautiful bakery.
Isn't it, though?
I've loved it for years, and
Yeah.
I'm thanking all the lilies and all the pies.
Oh, wonderful. I'm sure they thank you, too. I know some people are waiting to get the very cool prize. In fact, our phone lines are all lit up. You want to do the letter of the day?
Yes, let's do that.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
P as in perilous.
All right, and let's take caller number 9 at 215-263 WMMR. You get this awesome prize. It has to do with the barbecue, which is upon us tomorrow already. It's amazing. And we're going to be doing, while we're at the barbecue tomorrow, we always have people doing a live broadcast. It'll either be, so a lot of times our weekenders like Blake and Jason will come on and do a good, nice, chunky radio show. Well, we, the regular full-time air staff, are going to be pulling shifts. Even the Preston and Steve show.
Yes, we will be.
Doing a music shift tomorrow from 4 to 5 while we're
Nice.
at the program, which should be pretty cool.
And then I think I'm on from 5 to 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that'll be really cool.
It's a nice sort of a hybrid way to, to be out there without, we can't do everything exactly the way we did it last year, but we'll get there. But this year is a nice little way to kind of meet halfway.
Yeah, there aren't, spots to stop and take a ton of photos just with health precautions and all that stuff. So it's a good way of everyone being able to see us.
Yeah.
And we'll have a bigger booth than usual on the other side of where it normally is, on the Ben Franklin side, and folks can gather around that, and we'll accept donations.
We will.
Yeah, we'll pass the hat, and we'll do a
pass
little
the
bit of
hat.
busking.
Yeah.
We'll do our tribute to Jerry and the Pacemakers.
Right. Well, Nick's going to sing a few Pearl Jam numbers.
Yeah, I'm going to like 7 or 8 of them.
And Kathy's going to do a Michael Bolton number that
Yes.
she's always loved.
Yeah, it's Bolton time.
Oh, it is. It's the B time.
Yeah.
Her version of How Am I Supposed to Live Without You is just...
Oh, it's stirring.
Oh, it made me cry.
Gets you in the cockles.
Except her version is, why did I ever decide to live with you?
Right. Yeah. She changed it lyrically, but same melody and everything.
That's what she says to me every day.
All right.
Well, let's give this away.
Yes.
How about we do that? All right. I'm going to go to Michelle because she's caller 9. Hi there, Michelle.
Gadzooks, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I am wonderful.
All right, Michelle, what is our word of the week?
It is cheap, as in cheap trick.
I want you to want me!
Michelle, you get like the coolest hookup. We're going to give you a 4-pack of front row tickets are right behind the pit. You will have VIP access, including food and drinks for the barbecue tomorrow.
Thank you so much. I said to the girls at work yesterday, someone said, what are you doing for the weekend? I said, I'm going to the MMR concert because I'm going to win the tickets tomorrow.
I love your
and
confidence.
now I'm going to tell them I won the tickets.
There
you go. That's awesome.
And you'll be right down front. All right, hang on. We'll get your information. We'll wave to you from the stage when we come out to announce
I'll wave
together.
back.
Excellent. All right. It's tomorrow. BB&T Pavilion, and of course, it's brought to you by Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. And by now, you know everyone. I'm not going to go through all the stuff. You know who's there. You know what's going on. Tickets are $25 if you want to get them on the lawn. Visit WMMR.com for the complete details. What you got in store for Friday today, sir?
Well, we're basically going to do an entire workforce block of barbecue bands. So we'll bounce around between all kinds of cool things. I played yesterday the Dorothy when she was on your show, singing flawlessly, I might add, and for a singer to do that. So we've got a couple archival specials of when some of these artists have stopped by as we've known them over the years. And that's cool. And we'll get to that for the barbecue. We'll also have some vinyl to give away. David Usikanen's In the Pocket is also taking place tomorrow over at Ardmore Music Hall. And he's just put out this Philly special of some of the songs all the In the Pockets have done, the In the Pocket bands have done over the years. And it's a two-sided, really nicely put together vinyl album. So we've got those to give away.
Nice. Yeah. Excellent. And you got beautiful weather to spend with everybody today.
Beautiful weather, first full weekend of fall.
Yeah. I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also brought to you by Acme, fresh foods, local flavors, and the Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair. You can visit and experience Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair at PARenfair.com. So next week we'll be recapping the